Okay, we should be live. So, hello. Hello, everyone. Today we're going to be carrying on The Last of Us. Thank you to PlayStation for gifting me a copy of this game. Appreciate you, PlayStation. 1 second, chat. Okay. I swear, like, these settings jump around constantly. Okay, I think I'm good now. Alright, yeah, should now be good on all the platforms. So, hello, everyone. Today we're going to be carrying on our run of The Last of Us. If we finish it and we have time spare, then we'll play the Left Behind DLC. Today is the Last of Us 2022 day, so there's going to be announcements regarding The Last of Us. So we'll see what those are. It should be starting in about an hour or just over an hour. So we'll see what they announce. We might get a new trailer for the TV show, which I am looking forward to. Maybe if we can get some news about the multiplayer as well, that would be great. But yeah, so I just finished my gaming news, did all my tasks for the day, did my laundry.
Okay. You tried this before?
Yeah.
That's comforting.
Right, let's
Relax,
go.
old man.
Let's hope you know the way.
So hopefully everything looks good. If it looks good on Instagram, TikTok, and so on. If there's any problems, then let me know. Hang on a minute. See if I can restore the stream on Twitch. I was wondering what that pop-up was. Okay, we should be back. I've never seen it crash before. Alright. It didn't just crash, it literally just outright closed. Sorry, Ellie. Alright. So this is the Exploding Arrow playthrough. I'm having a bit too much fun with it. And then, like I said, when we finish the main game, we'll play the DLC, the Left Behind DLC. And the gaming news was interesting today. Like, they were talking about the AV1 codec. I hope they release it soon. On YouTube, Twitch, Netflix, everywhere. Because it seems like it's going to be a better deal than the NVENC encoding. It'll be better quality and it'll use less bandwidth.
Okay. Let's try to take him out quietly. Hey, I'll follow your lead.
Hey. All right. How you doing?
Just trying to keep warm. How's it looking out there?
We put down some infected. No sign of those two.
Oops. I pressed the wrong button.
Got him. Okay.
Oopsie. I was supposed to press triangle. I pressed square. Dang it. It's like this is my first time playing this game, even though technically it's my 7th. Or 8th. Or maybe even more. I probably played more than that. Thanks for sharing the stream, Balfir. Appreciate you. Balfir, I don't know if you can hear me, but let me know if you can.
Yo, Joe, there's a guy on that light up there.
I see him.
Good shot. Do I have to, like, reactivate the cheats? I was expecting it to explode Oh, I have to reactivate it. That was a good shot, you have to admit. That was a headshot. I couldn't even see the target. Explosive arrows, that's what I want. Okay, so you have to reactivate it every time.
No.
That's better.
Son of a bitch! Oh shit, he's over there! Fuck. There he is! He's carrying a bow! Holy shit! I got you now, ass!
I think we're done. Yeah, music stopped.
All right. We did it.
Okay, so we know now if you restart the game, you have to reactivate the cheats every time, and you unlock the cheats by completing the game once legit, which is fine. That's fine, no problem. Hang on, I'm just seeing if there's any anything. All right. Any like collectibles? I don't think there is.
All right. You ready?
Oh, shit. All right, come on. Go!
Wait.
Hey, they're over!
Yeah. It's just a pair of legs.
Come on, everyone.
Sorry.
All right,
I said I'm enjoying this too much. I've said it so many times. Way too much.
We're good. Sam, let's go.
All right, kid, come on. There you go. Come on. Oh, shit.
Uh-oh.
Hurry. Hey! Gotcha.
Okay, we gotta get him up.
I'm sorry. We're leaving.
What? What's this bullshit?
Hey, now!
What the fuck, Henry?
One more time. Punch it.
We stick together.
Love.
Come on, let's go!
Okay.
We just survived.
Oh,
Go around to the other side!
fuck do we get out of here?
Well, we try not to swear, young lady. I think swearing is appropriate this time.
Sounds like they found him. Get him! Find the ball! I'm moving up! Got your back!
Wah. Okay. Sorry. Okay, let's move this out the way.
Search the area.
Not bad, right?
Don't sell yourself short.
Thank you, Joel.
My lovely little murderer. You're growing up so fast. Alright, I gotta run.
Fucking open it! Go! They're running to the bridge! Go! Run!
Ah, I understand now. So that's why Anthony shoots it, so that he doesn't play that many cutscenes. Saves time. Okay. Makes sense, makes sense.
How many bullets do you have left?
I just remember it was funny because jumping off of this bridge, there's just a
Oh yeah, I've got the
a
audio
line of
commentary
tape,
on.
and then you have to like jump off of it.
Because
So
we were
it's
both
funny.
stepping over it at first. They're like, no, this is like 50 feet down.
I know, it's like, oh, so we gotta do a whole thing.
It looks ridiculous what we're doing. It's like, ah, with our arms above our
I
head.
know.
And this part we're in the water, we had you on a cart.
That's right.
And we just pushed you across.
Yeah,
Mocap stage.
It was actually pretty violent being on that.
it was.
It's pretty scary.
Oh, good night.
This was part of the audition scene that Brandon did that really just kind of helped us realize we had the right Henry.
Hey, you.
Back to the salesman. It's like, hey, buddy, everything's okay.
I
Everything's
know.
all right.
I really like that about his character, that he's kind of a salesman.
You know, Sam's the one who spotted you. You guys have taken quite a bit of water. Henry! Get back, hey! He's pissed, but he's not gonna do anything.
You sure about that?
Stop!
He's confident. He knows he can calm you down, but he needs Sam to stay out of the way.
Right, just in case.
Yeah.
Chance of making it, and you did. Coming back for you meant putting him at risk. Stay back.
I think there's already the change there. Joel knows it's true.
Yeah.
Joel wouldn't have come back for him.
Saved
And even when we were shooting this too, I mean, that's you really get into that moment, and every time that I felt that hand on my shoulder, it's almost like that Hulk moment where you realize, oh, I felt bad for letting you see that part of me, because so far I really haven't, in these moments, let that demon out. I've done what I've had to do, but this is just cold-blooded murder I'm about to do.
The thing with Henry, which Brandon really brought to it, which is making light of everything for Sam. Everything is done for Sam. I
Right.
think he really is intimidated. He is scared of the situation, but he's making light of it so Sam isn't as scared as he is.
Because the second that Sam sees that he's scared,
Yeah.
innocent will be scared. Silver lining kid.
You'll be really happy you didn't kill me.
Cool.
Hey, we're
All
gonna
right.
search this area. See what we come up with.
Yeah, I love that they added
That was intense.
director commentary to this. It gives a new perspective of the game.
Let's go find that radio tower.
Hey, maybe we can find something in that boat over there.
Way ahead of you, kid.
I'm literally beelining it straight for the boat. I mean, the phrase is beelining. Is there such a thing as A-lining?
Whoa.
What?
Boat.
Well, it's a little bit different in the water.
One step at a time.
Oh, comic. Okay.
I bet Elliot liked this.
Maybe that's a comic I've missed last time. What's this? Random collectible. And there's a firefly pendant below. Alright. Let's get it. Alright. Could be good.
Hey, Ellie! I think we found something.
Let's go see what it is.
Yeah, I'm very happy that they remade this game, to be perfectly frank.
Hey, I bet this goes all the way through.
Yeah.
Give me a hammer.
All right, same time. Come on.
Let's do it.
I wonder if this section will be fun with the explosive arrows, or is it going to be difficult with all the stalkers, like, running at me? I've got infinite on the melee, so... If I have to get close, I'll be able to use my...
Flashlights out. Sam, stay close. Someone's finally learning.
Okay. Now we can climb up here.
This way.
Collectibles around here.
See anything?
Gotta find a different way.
500. Okay, there we go. Nice. So Ellie actually waits for us and then runs off. Cool.
Joel, we should see what's over here.
All right, we'll check this side out.
I'm not a fan of this place.
Me neither. We ain't got much of a choice.
Go right, you go left.
It's blocked.
If you can get it open, I can crawl through and clear that door. Oh, yeesh. That is a big rat.
Yeah, I am looking forward to the TV show. I don't think it's going to live up to the game, but at least it should give people who have never played the game some sort of insight into what the game is like. Or the story of the game, the world of the game.
And voila.
Ta-da. Thank you. Don't know if she can, I mean, the actress who's playing Ellie,
Think they'll join us?
I hope she can convey the same strength as Ashley Johnson did.
We're just gonna
The
see how
advantage
it
Ashley Johnson had was the fact that people couldn't see her face during the performance. Whereas the actress who has to play Ellie on the TV show, she has nowhere to hide.
Hey, this way. Looks like there's a path up ahead. Right here.
I saw that Anthony Caliber actually was aware that The Last of Us Remake was happening like a year ago. And Naughty Dog actually enlisted his help to do the
Can we get out this way?
speedrunning features of the game, which is really, really cool.
There's no way to reach that.
It's jammed.
I can't swim.
That makes sense.
So it's good that they employed the help of their best speedrunners for the speedrunning mode. And I would say to any game developer to do the same.
Henry, give it a shot.
All right.
Alright, let's go.
I'm gonna have a look. You keep an eye out.
This way. Yeah.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, just hide. That's fine.
Yeah. Still in one piece.
Yeah. Game audio soft, but I can hear you very clear. Okay, I think it's because we're in a sort of quiet section of the game. I mean, it's quiet for now until we get invaded by like 1 million zombies. But how are you, Jen? Hope you had a good weekend. Sorry I didn't stream yesterday. I was really, really just busy. I was working until like 10 or 11 p.m. Very, very busy. See if there's anything back here. On materials, I guess. Which I don't need. Yeah. Woohoo. Because for me, the priority is to make the gaming news. If I wake up late, for example, I'll cancel the stream, but I'll still do the gaming
Let's
news.
go, Ellie.
Oh, there you go. That's smart.
need to get out of this place.
Yeah, I love this game.
That generator still got
And
some juice.
thank you again to PlayStation for gifting me this game. Appreciate you. And I'm definitely looking forward to God of War. Let's go. Does the stream look good on TikTok?
Yeah, don't jinx us.
Oh, I got the trophy waterlogged. Didn't realize it was a trophy. Is waterlogged like only go in the water like twice? Yeah, exactly. Like, even if I'm sick, I will still record the game and use. Like, the only time I won't is if literally I'm dead. Or I'm in a coma or something. Supplements, okay. Ah. My notifications on Instagram are going crazy. Nice. Okay, let's keep going. Happy The Last of Us Day, if that's a thing that you guys celebrate. I doubt it.
Sort of alarm.
I don't hear anything.
Someone used to live here. Don't look like that's the case anymore.
Who would stay in here? Someone who thought they could keep a place like this safe.
Did I miss a ship door? I don't remember.
You hear that?
Or is it? No, the ship door's coming up. Okay. Got it, I got it. Anything? Nope. You don't have to follow me like sheep, dudes. The talking by the game character is a bit soft. Yeah, they're literally whispering. They'll be louder once we get outside of this waterway. They don't know us in the sewers. I think we won. Yeah, it's going to be a very simple game, isn't it, with the exploding arrows?
I guess we know what happened to these people.
Seen how there was a clicker. They've been gone for a while.
The screaming is loud. Ah, fair enough. You're too OP. Yeah. I always wanted to do a exploding arrow run. The second I saw when they announced it, I was like, yep, that's gonna be me. I'm gonna do that. And I never actually platinumed the PlayStation 4 version because you had to do some of the online game. But this version of the game doesn't require that, so... Might die in this world? Yeah, it's difficult. Like, let's hope we never have a zombie apocalypse. Because, yeah, with my staggering legs, I don't know how long that would last. So I'm still doing the horse dance every day. To, what's it called? Strengthen my legs. It's been working quite well. It's quite challenging, and I'm doing some more for my for the pull-ups as well. Yeah, the little kids that were buried. Oh, did I see supplements? Oh no, there's a note here. Like I was going to say.
Jesus.
Can I redeem stand-up? Am I not live on Twitch? But I'll just get up and stretch. I won't stand up for like half an hour. Okay, let me stand up and stretch at least. Balfir, you are in the chat. Balfir, I was going to say that we'll delay Neo 2 until just before Wulong comes out. I don't know if I told you last time. If that's okay. Hydrate, rest your eyes. Okay. Because at this point, Mum doesn't have Neo 2. So between TikTok and Instagram, which streaming experience do you prefer? I know they look exactly the same, but in terms of the chat and the other options and stuff like that, like which one is better? All right. And I'm looking forward to streaming God of War Ragnarok on I prefer Twitch. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, but if Twitch didn't exist, like, and there's only Instagram and TikTok, which would you prefer?
A safety gate or something. Henry, see if we can lift this.
I never used Instagram. Fair enough.
So,
Instagram line, there's not much people inside it. Well, yeah, I can imagine. I'm going to assume there's not many people that stream games either on
This thing isn't
Instagram.
budget, man.
Just go, get out of here.
But you prefer Instagram live.
You stay
Okay.
close to him.
Henry, we gotta fucking
Because
move.
You keep him safe. Go.
TikTok do occasionally ask me from time to time, like, what they can do to improve it. Never use TikTok? Ah. Okay. Instagram is usually like Snapchat. Yeah, that's a point, actually. Because I don't use Snapchat. I never really have. Can you stream on Snapchat?
Okay.
Okay, there's thingies around. Stalkers.
Did you see that?
Let's see if we can find the stalkers.
Run!
You dead? Well, the music's still going, so there must be some more. See if I can clear them all out. Yeah, I hear them.
On your left.
They're dead yet? Here's another one. I think that's it.
We're gonna keep going. You good?
All right, let's see if there's any optional conversations. That's the only reason I wanted to clear this place out. Not sure if Snapchat is a streaming output is more suited for daily gaming news and shorts. Really? Because my impression of Snapchat, or what I originally knew about it, was that it was for videos or whatever that disappear after like a really short time. Like they can disappear like the second you open them. Has Snapchat like evolved since then? Because I haven't used it in years. I thought the whole premise of Snapchat was that you upload something and it disappears straight away.
Look at this place. It's like a classroom.
Yeah, on Grounded it did as well. Yeah. If you meant Grounded, yeah. It's gonna be a while to get through here.
There we go.
Good job, kid.
I wonder
Is that Ellie?
Come on.
I wonder if I can actually stand and fight. I have the explosive arrows.
Joel, that's them.
Sam!
Oh, thank God. We gotta keep going. Going, over there.
Sam!
Run! There's too many of them.
Bollocks. I wonder if it's infinite. Whoops.
Joel, that's them.
Sam!
Oh, thank God.
I just wanted to see if I could.
Going, over there.
Sam!
Run! There's too many of them.
Ellie,
Alright.
get away from the door!
Sam! He just crawled through.
He what?
It's like Streamlabs on mobile. Ah,
Well, hurry up then.
okay.
All right, go.
Okay.
Everyone upstairs. Let's go.
Okay. I need to defend the realm. The kingdom. Sorry, Ellie.
Damn thing's stuck!
Here, give me a boost. I can get through that window.
Okay.
Open it from the other side. Make it fast.
Come on, Sam. You're not
Let's see if we
safe.
can get all
What about
these.
you? I'll be fine. Come on, go.
As in, like, is it worth me posting my gaming news on on Snapchat? Is there any point?
Get ready!
Oh. Bollocks. Damn it. And Mum's not even here to clip it.
Get ready!
Here we go.
Will they ever actually stop coming?
Doors open! Go!
No. I think we killed all of them.
Let's go, let's go.
How did you get that? An infinite boom bow? When you finish the game the first time, you can go to extras and then unlock explosive. I'll show you in a second. Let me just get to the options.
Look at this.
Did your girl get exploded? No, she was outside.
Fucking kidding me? Thanks for the warning on either side, guys.
I'll show you, Balfour, where the option is.
We're close. Come on, let's
But
go.
yeah, you have to have finished the game the first time. So go to extras, gameplay modifiers, and then obviously infinite ammo, and then explosive arrows. And that will give you the infinite exploding arrows.
Hey, how you doing, little man?
That was a close one, huh?
Yeah,
Thanks for the clips, guys.
we made it out.
Gotta love the god rays. I wonder if like TikTok and Instagram and so on, if they will switch to AV1 as
Hey,
well
look at
at the
that.
time.
Yep. What'd I tell you?
I don't know if you guys
Let's find a way around to it.
saw the gaming news today.
How about you? How you
I was talking
doing?
about the AV1 codec.
Business as usual, right? When I was with Henry, I took out a couple of infected by myself. You'd be proud.
Yeah.
Basically, all the big tech companies have come together and they're making their own codec called AV1. And it's going to eventually become the standard because it's also open source and royalty free. They will all use it. Netflix will use it, YouTube will use it, Twitch will use it, Nvidia will use it, Facebook was going to use it, so probably they'll put it on Instagram. And so on. Like, they're all going to use it. And basically, it's going to be, let's say the same quality, but with less bandwidth. Or if I still do 6,000 kilobit upload, the stream is going to look a hell of a lot sharper. So when they implement AV1, so I hope it's soon because I heard Maximilian dude spoke about it a while ago. What graphics card are you using? This is PlayStation 5. But my graphics card on my PC is a 2080. If I want to get AV1, I need to upgrade to a 40 series card. And that's fine, because I think eventually I do want to upgrade to like a 4080 or something. When I have the money. But obviously right now I don't. I have other priorities right now. Okay. I'm just trying to see if there's any optional conversations that I might have missed. I think there's one at the ice cream truck.
I was just 5 when the cordyceps hit. My memory's pretty hazy, but I remember living in a neighborhood just like this.
What do you remember?
Barbecues. Parents, they would throw these crazy big barbecues.
Henry's become really old all of a sudden. Like, why has he got grey hair?
The smell more than anything. Weird.
Video's very informative and it gives me knowledge of the game world. I appreciate that. That's literally exactly what I'm aiming for. Thanks for the sub, Balfour. Appreciate you. Just like the caliber, yeah. I don't know if, did you see Anthony Caliber's video, Balfour? He said that he was aware of the remake since September 2021, and he helped Naughty Dog to implement the speedrunning features. 45 months, jeez. I don't know if you saw that. I was like, cool. And I think he is literally the longest person I've been subscribed to.
Aw, doggies.
You're gonna want to stay away from those. It's not like it is in the zone. These are wild.
Yeah.
What is this?
Oh, this is an ice cream truck.
An ice cream truck?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think this is an optional conversation,
They sell
so...
ice cream out of the truck.
What? No way. Joel?
That's true. This thing drive around and play real loud, creepy music.
Doesn't surprise
Kids
me.
come running out
A bit like Ko with Cyberpunk.
Fucking with
Yeah, yeah. But I mean,
serious.
Ko, he just did voice acting.
Man, you lived in a
Did you
strange
try the
time.
Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 beta? I did not. I heard bad things about it. That's why I avoided it. Because I heard bad things. Otherwise I would have.
This is as good a spot as any.
I might play the main game when it releases, but I won't play the beta if it's broken. I don't want to ruin my first experience of it, you know? Okay, let's do as many upgrades as possible. But yeah, I'm gonna keep playing this until the Platinum Trophy. Then I'll see if I can finish off Xenoblade. But we have a lot of games coming out. Like just next month, there's what? A Plague Tale Requiem. There's Gotham Knights. There's quite a few games. You're saying me too? I also didn't play it. Yeah, I just didn't want to ruin my first experience of the game. Okay, I need more. Yeah, piercing. What else? Let's upgrade the shotgun. It's kind of pointless doing all these upgrades because I'm going to be using the infinite bow from now on, but whatever. Star Wars? What Star Wars game is coming out? Okay, so my shotgun is fully upgraded. Okay, that's as many upgrades as I can do for now.
Just fine.
Cute. Any new updates in GTA 6? Yeah, so I don't know if you saw a few days ago about the hacking. But what happened is that people were criticizing GTA 6 because it looks really bad right now because it's obviously really early in development. And in response, a lot of other game developers explained and showed how games, like fixing the graphics of the world in a game, is one of the last thing that developers do. So a lot of developers came out in support of Rockstar and support of GTA 6 to show what the games look like in alpha, which I thought was really really cool. It's like they get effectively the skeleton ready of the game first, and then they do the rest. Other than that, we have to just wait. And apparently, because that's something I reported on ages ago, apparently they're already working on Red Dead Redemption 3. Which doesn't surprise me, because Rockstar games are flippin' massive. So, it probably does take many years to get them ready. God knows how many man-hours have to go into it. Alright, let's go this way. And also as well, a 17-year-old kid from the UK was actually arrested for doing the hacking and doing the leak. I don't know if you saw that either. He's officially been charged by the police for hacking into Rockstar. Let's see, sorry. I meant your Lego Star Wars trophy grind. I don't know if I'm gonna do that because it's gonna take way too long. Maybe in the future, like if I literally have nothing else to do, but I just don't know if I'll ever get to that point.
Yeah, sailing's falling apart.
Get me up there.
Okay.
Watch yourself.
But it's what I like about the gaming news, because I don't just make them for the sake of making them. Like, it keeps me informed. Like breaking news for the gaming news world. Yeah, but I didn't want to report someone getting arrested on the gaming news. I thought that would have been bad.
Find anything?
Like, sometimes there is a lot of stories I reject from the gaming news.
Here you go.
Oh, I'm already full. But thanks, Ellie. Just leave her up there, shall we? Yeah, let's get that. I wonder if it will be like bugged and he will be stuck up there forever. Hang on. Yeah, I still can't take it. Oh well. Well, Ellie, you're going to be stuck in this attic forever. Bye. Are you streaming only on Instagram? No, I'm streaming on Instagram, on TikTok, and on Twitch. And if Twitch drop the exclusivity clause of their partner contract, then I'll also stream on YouTube and Facebook. But for now, I'm only allowed to stream on Instagram and TikTok, other than Twitch, because I'm a Twitch partner. And Infinite Ammo is on. Yeah. Which is a house with the darts? This one? Yeah, because they play darts. Supplements, sir. Yoink. Have you finished playing Red Dead Redemption 2? I actually haven't. I finished playing number 1. I really enjoyed number 1. Number 2, I only played it for like an hour. So, at some point, I will play Red Dead Redemption 2. Like, completely. And when I play games, I tend to go for platinum trophies. I don't go into any game half-assed sort of thing. I go all the way. But if I do play Red Dead Redemption 2, it'll be a 100% run. 2 is a masterpiece, I've heard. I watched a lot of people play number 2. I'm aware of most of the story. I can't remember which is a house with the safe as well. It might be this one. Oh, yeah, that's the... Well, yeah, speak of the devil, that's the safe right there. I need to get the combination. It's on another floor. I think. Red Dead 1 was so good, and I am so sad that I can't try it because I have it on PC. I mean, they probably... It's on PC, isn't it? Number 2? I saw people modding it, making like Arthur Morgan Giant and stuff like that. Uh, 8:21:36. 8:21:36. 8:21:36. 8:21:36. Just repetitions I can remember. 8:21:36. 8:21:36. Thanks, Jen.
Oh, check this out. They're Hokies.
8. 21. 36. Cute. Alright. A lot of supplements. But it looks like a lot, there's only 10. Okay, let's see if I can actually learn anything. Okay, I've got 70. Healing speed, I guess. Okay, I need 20 more. Or I could increase listening mode. But I'm going to assume that there's a trophy for maxing out all the skills. Right. But the first ones I did was Shiv Master or Weapon Sway.
Right.
Okay, now they're playing darts.
Yeah. Okay.
Red Dead 1 is PlayStation exclusive, or can I play on PC also? You should be able to play on PC. It's on Xbox.
Damn it.
I played Red Dead 1 on Xbox 360.
Just throw it.
Yeah.
Does anyone know?
Boosh.
Can you
I
get Red
can't.
Dead 1 on
Luck.
PC?
No, it wasn't.
That was luck.
All right, get out of here. You're getting cocky.
I can't remember.
Here we go.
But you can definitely get it on Xbox. 'Cause like I said,
Horrible.
I played it on Xbox 360.
It's a tie.
No. You clearly got destroyed.
How did I clearly get destroyed? That's practically a tie.
Yeah, okay.
Alright. Let me do it. Nailed it. You like that?
Day where kids can just be kids again.
He looks straight at the camera. I like that. On an emulator. Okay, so there isn't like an official one for the Red Dead 1. Okay, let's keep going. If there's any more before I go down to the sniper area. I think I've already been through here. I think. Yeah, I already came through here. Yeah, I would have picked it up otherwise. What are you doing? I was just watching you. I just wanted to see if you discovered anything. But yeah. Well, I can't remember. I think there might have been a rumor that Red Dead 1 was coming to PC, like, officially.
Get out!
You can only play Red Dead 1 on PC through emulation. Yeah. Did I report on the gaming news?
Somewhere down the street.
About, like, a rumor?
Right now. Y'all stay here. Before you start, I need you guys to keep me busy. I'm gonna go around and see if I can't get the angle on him.
Okay. Be careful.
Yeah, so do I. Yeah, I finished number 1. I was sad at the end of number 1. I won't tell you what the ending is, but... And I already know the ending for number 2.
Pay for that asshole!
I missed. Alright. Yes. My health is okay. Alright. What do you think of the new Assassin's Creed Mirage? I'm looking forward to it. We haven't seen any gameplay yet. All we have is a CG trailer. I'm definitely looking forward to it. I'm like a massive fan of Assassin's Creed. I really, really enjoyed Valhalla. I planned that. And I played the original. I played Brotherhood. I played Revelation. I think the only ones from the main series I did not play are number 3 and Unity. I think I've played all of them. But I didn't play any of the spin-offs. I didn't play, like, Assassin's Creed Rogue and stuff, or China or stuff like that. Games like that. Bad guy there.
He's gone. Damn it, where'd he go?
All of them? I think that's all of them. Alright, let's keep going. Unity story is not good. That's agreed. Roll is also not that good. Ah, fair enough. I don't like multiplayer in Assassin's Creed games. I mean, I think it depends who you play with. Like, to get the platinum in Assassin's Creed Brotherhood, you have to finish the online game completely. And I really, really enjoyed it. I was playing it every day for ages because you had to get to level 50. You had to eventually do every single skill in the game that you could do in the thing all in one match. You have to do like 8 skills in one match, different types of assassinations, like haystack kills or leaping skills or whatever. And obviously against human players, that was not an easy task to try and get all of it done in one go. And he's dead. Nice dodge. I went straight through him.
Shit.
The fuck? Okay. Let's go. Hang on. I missed. Whiffed it.
Come on, guys. Shit.
Whiffed it again. Hang on. Is there... Well... Bollocks. My view, Assassin's Creed 3 is one of the greatest Assassin's Creed games. You must try it. Yeah, I've heard a lot of good things about number 3. One day I'll play it. It just ran off for some reason. Well... Is someone, like, sneaking up from the right? Okay, whiffed it again. Wow, ruthless. Has this ever happened for anyone before ever? Or is it just me? No. I guess you... There we go. You have to, like, shoot a little bit in advance. Which I guess is realistic, I suppose. because of the time it takes for the bullet to travel to its destination. Like that.
Come on, Henry.
Run.
Get away from us, huh? We're back, motherfucker!
Oh. Okay. Guy just ran off to the right. I think there's one more to the right. Is there one way to get it? Alright, there we go. Yeah, I do want to play Assassin's Creed 3. It's definitely on my list.
Right, Sam?
Yeah, I'm okay.
Thanks, Joel.
Look at this.
I literally don't know why the hair has turned, like, grey.
We did it.
I don't know if I switched on a graphic mode by accident.
We should move.
All right. Sam!
Yes.
Henry!
Too slow.
Sam, are you okay? Yeah.
Oh well.
Sure.
I said I'm fine.
Let's move.
Yes. Wow. What happened to my aim? My aim used to be so good. Oh well.
Oh, God.
Yeah, I don't know. Like chronologically,
This is the longest
Short
cinematic
scene.
in the game. I had to fit that in to quit this place from this, since we had it in
Right.
the first trailer.
I can't quit you.
you're not good at control aiming. Yeah,
I remember when we
I think it's
first-
just I'm out of
the very,
practice.
very
I think
beginning of
I'll
this,
warm up
when
to
we,
it
like,
again.
did the first table read through this and everything, and we talked about. I asked if there was going to be a moment of just a light shining through in this darkness, and you talked about this scene, and at that point it was just really kind of just real easy brushstrokes of what it was going to be, and it really came into fruition and became this
Well, all the characters here have their guard down. It's kind of
Yeah.
unique because usually somebody's lying or somebody's hiding something.
right.
And here's like everybody has their guard down.
They're just talking about motorcycles.
You two deserve a little privacy.
And you were really giving too on this. We spent a lot of time on this, and there was this one scene where you just kind of let me ramble about you know, to where we really feel like we're coming midway into a conversation. I don't remember what was said, but it was just this cool moment.
But you went more into the details of like with Tommy and where you
But yeah,
went.
I played Black
states
Flag
and
as
all that
well,
stuff.
Assassin's Creed. I thought that was amazing.
I think that
But
really
my-
helped
my
make
favorite
this
Assassin's Creed is actually
much more
Syndicate.
natural.
Right, without all
I
the
thought
rest of
Syndicate
this,
was
the
incredible.
preamble being there. But I love the turn that he gives right here. It's like the kids have gone to bed now, and we can just talk like adults.
Worst part about it all.
Animation and lighting, right? If you don't capture these looks in the eyes, this scene doesn't work.
Right. The thing that I love about this is that he's set up a little office for himself, kind of like what Henry did. You know, it's this.
What are you doing?
I'm being official, trying to be a grown-up. He's still a kid, and we see it in this moment.
I really enjoyed working with Brandon and Najee. Just having them on set was so much fun. They're such
Najee
great
especially,
dudes.
like
Najee's
a trip.
hilarious.
we're doing this crazy scene and we like cut and then he's like just starting dancing or
Or
Yeah.
singing whatever, YouTube hot song at the moment.
Yeah.
Song
Like,
bombing is all
YouTube
day.
trademark.
They were so much fun. I just adore them too.
I like Ezio. Altair was too difficult for me.
You got an opportunity to
It
put
made me
so
rage.
much
Fair enough. Because I like the original Assassin's Creed.
That's just because I can't write, so I just listen to Ashley talk. and
It's
then,
it's
"Oh,
like
that's
the
fine."
evolution of James Bond.
Have a good night.
That's giving me way too much credit.
Like in the story of James Bond, he is a bully. He
It's
is a cold-hearted killer.
putting up
And
the
then
defense,
when he
making
dies
a-
in
making
Casino
joke about
Royale,
this as
and then he comes back to life, then he's
and then
Mr.
seeing when she needs to,
Suave.
because that's the only way she's going to cheer him up. She's going to open up to him.
And that's
And
kind of
also
like
she kind of
Assassin's
goes
Creed.
at
So
that tone.
Altair is
She's
the
a
bully, the
scribbler.
cold-hearted killer. Ezio is Mr. Suave.
Being by myself.
Yeah, that's a
And all the
point,
stuff
actually.
she's saying here plays into what happens.
I
later
hope
when she
there is
finds
more
out
stealth in the city
Joel's
around
trying
in
to give her-
Mirage.
giving her away to Tommy.
Yeah.
Because you're going to be sneaking around
Things out there.
Baghdad.
What if the
And it's
There
kind of
probably
the
will
same
be
thing
more
we're
stealth
seeing
because
with
it's going to be a
Tess,
much tighter corridors.
where she was, again, she knows what's going on.
I-
He knows what's going on, but it's looking externally for some kind of either comfort or hope or answer or something.
Let's just listen to what they have to say.
Just always come up empty.
I guess one thing I'm just thinking about now, which is all the stuff Sam is going through because he's bitten, is probably the stuff Ellie went through when she was first bitten because she thought she was going to turn. And it just happened.
I just hope there is director commentary for the
So
Left
she-
Behind
that's what
DLC as well.
and all these realizations she's had.
I go back and forth. I mean, I'd like to believe it.
It's a powerful thing for essentially.
It's kind of
kid to
sad because
say.
that's not what Sam wants to hear. He
Right.
wants to
Yeah.
hear that it's all going to be all right.
Right.
But she doesn't realize that's what.
No,
he,
death is terrible. It's a horrible, painful process, and you're all alone. You know.
Almost forgot. There. If he doesn't know about it, he can't take it away. All right.
This did make me sad because,
I'll see you tomorrow.
you know, he spent that whole night alone.
Mhm.
Like,
Oh
You know.
yeah.
Henry didn't go back in there.
I let him sleep in, just like.
Yeah, let
Oh.
him sleep in.
Oh.
And that was the last
Oh, rip.
conversation he had. And that always made me so sad after I read that because I was like, oh,
Yeah, I didn't even think about that. And what would have happened if Henry had gone in there? I mean, the fact that that Henry wasn't there, I mean, plays into the culmination of this scene where he's just racked with guilt.
I mean, one thing we're very conscious of when putting the story together is we would have these really kind of dramatic moments that change the characters significantly, and then we would cut to some more time in the future.
Yeah.
And so you don't get to see right afterwards what happened to it, and then you get hints of how this affected the relationship, which is what you get into the next gameplay sequence. And this whole thing is it's a huge change in Joel here, because now he sees this is what's going to happen to me. The same thing that's happening to Henry right now is what would happen to me if I'm going to keep going and let Ellie get hurt.
Yeah.
And it's like he's going to, after this moment, he makes the choice, like, I need to give her to Tommy.
Oh my god.
Sam?
Oh no.
I have no idea what that would do to a person to actually see that, to have to do that.
Ellie, stay there.
Yeah, I remember talking with Brandon about this when he's saying it's all your fault. He's not talking to Joel, he's talking to himself.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, easy.
Yeah, the thing that's cool with this piece, Gustavo's music, is that you're carrying that weight. You're carrying the weight of that emotion of everything just happened onto the next scene, which even though they might not be thinking about Henry and Sam right this moment, but it's just that feeling is lingering going forward.
But yeah, so what I was gonna say is, I'm hoping that there is more stealth or hideouts in Mirage, because I don't know if any of you guys have ever been to the Middle East. The way, because I'm from Lebanon, I'm
Jackson
Lebanese.
County.
Because it's so hot in the Middle East, they put the buildings really close together.
You ready to see your
So
old brother?
the gap between buildings is
When we get
really,
there.
really close. And the reason why is so that the alleyways between the buildings are permanently basically in shade, therefore a lot cooler. So if they design Mirage properly, the buildings will be really close together, and there'll be a lot of opportunities for stealth, basically. That's a design choice. You know, they did that on purpose. Like, human beings were clever even thousands of years ago, believe it or not. So, just to give you an insight into the Middle East, in case you didn't know. Or basically any hot country. Or if you ever want to, like, build buildings in a hot country, make sure you put them close together so that they have shade.
So much for this road.
Okay, we can't
Just
go
follow
this
the
way.
river. It'll lead us straight to Tommy's. Come on.
Well, I did not miss too much. Hope your Monday goes well, Mithrie. Thank you, dude. Appreciate you. Yeah, you didn't miss much. Because I'm listening to the director's commentary, so I'm taking my sweet time. We're talking about the Assassin's Creed games. What's your favorite Assassin's Creed? If you've played them. Happened to me last time, I think. I don't remember where the drop is. Don't think it's there. Oh, here maybe. Yeah, there it is.
What happened between you two?
What do you mean?
You and Tommy.
Thanks for all the likes on TikTok, guys. I
You're not
appreciate you.
together, so clearly something went down.
We just had a bit of a disagreement, that's all.
Ah, here we go. So what was it about?
Tommy saw the world one way, I saw it the other.
And that's why he joined the Fireflies.
I think there's a comic book around
Yeah,
here.
your friend Marlene promised him hope. That kept him busy for a while, but just like Tommy, he eventually quit that too.
We're not
What was it?
worthy of graphics
last
this
time you
good,
saw
are
him?
we? We don't deserve
I
this.
believe his last words to me were, I don't ever want to see your goddamn face again.
Jeez.
And it's one of those things that I feel sorry for the level designers. In a way.
Let's just get going.
The reason I feel sorry for them is because imagine how many man hours it took just to make this one area. These trees, they have to do the level design, they have to make it look natural, they have to fix the lighting, and so on. Like, I know with Unreal Engine 5, they do less of the lighting because it's going to be automatic. They have to do the rain effects, but they have to work on the geometry, they have to work on so many different things. Just for most people to just run by it like and just take it for granted, you know what I mean? I know what you but let's see. But I really like the one in the UK. Yeah, no, that's my favorite. If you mean Syndicate, the one that was in London, that is my absolute favorite Assassin's Creed. Yeah, the comic book there. But I wonder if we're biased because of the fact we're in the UK. Like, literally, because like Syndicate starts in Croydon. I live in the London borough of Croydon. Like, I could drive to Croydon in like 10 minutes if I want to. And when I saw that, and if you look at my VOD on my Let's Play channel of when I first played Syndicate the first time, you see a massive, massive smile on my face. The reason why is because I took a half day from work, and it was a Friday, just to stream and play the game, and I played it the entire weekend. And that gave me a hint of, like, how good would it be if I can do this permanently? You know what I mean? And then, obviously, so many years later, now I do this permanently. I don't think it's long-term anymore. All business sees is short-term profit. Yeah, but I mean, with the world the way it is right now, like, in a way, can you blame them? Because companies might be bought out or the world might end any moment. So there is a level of desperation. But yeah, people should try and think long term. See the bigger picture.
Right there's a hydroelectric power plant.
A hydra who?
It uses the river's movement and turns it into electricity.
Does it do that?
Look, I know what it is. I don't know how it does it.
Turns springs between
Right.
magnets to generate
How are
electricity.
we getting across?
I know that.
to go?
Yeah, yeah. Because what I've been doing lately, like I tend to order a lot from like Deliveroo or like Uber Eats or whatever, like a lot of takeout. And I'm trying the different restaurants in my area, and some of the restaurants that I've tried, literally they charge more for the food and they give you a smaller portion, whereas some restaurants will give you double the food for less money. So basically, I try to avoid the ones where I feel like I'm being ripped off. Like they can't justify the cost; they're just greedy in terms of the expenses.
Well, that gets us halfway. If we get the other one up, we'll make it across.
Yeah, yeah. It's why like I do want to have kids one day, hopefully, but I'm becoming more and more reluctant to, because do I really want to bring kids into such a horrible world? It's like, have fun, kids. Hey, Mom. Good morning. Oh, that must be cold.
All right, Eddie. I need you to...
I know. Step on the fucking pallet.
Language. Didn't I teach you nothing? From a point of view, the character voice actor of Tommy is underrated. Yeah, yeah, I would say so. Agree.
Oh, give it a spin.
But yeah, this game is gorgeous. To be fair, this game was gorgeous on PlayStation 3. But having this version of the game is just crazy. Alright.
Hey, be careful crossing that thing.
I will.
Teamwork.
High five. Enjoyed playing this like 4 times. Yeah, yeah, absolutely. But proud I got the platinum. Yeah, yeah, I'm looking forward to when I get it. I just take my time. I just wonder though, like today is the Last of Us day, literally.
It's too small.
I wonder what announcements they're gonna do.
That stupid robot on his grave. What should I do with it?
Ellie,
What? I want to talk about it.
no.
Why not?
How many times do we need to go over this? Things happen, and we move on.
It's just...
That's enough.
Like sometimes you just wanna, like, I wanna say to my own father, like, you know, you don't have to be flipping hard ass all the time. You know what I mean? Like he obviously has emotion, and he probably, you know, bitches and complains to his friends all the time. But to me and to his children, he's a hard ass. It's not necessary. Like, sure, you have some emotion, you know what I mean?
Oh, I'm so hungry.
I know, I am too.
All right, next squirrel I see, I'm totally shooting it.
Because they are
Finish
fathers.
this place, then we
Yeah,
can scrap it.
and I wonder, like, would I be the same? Or would I be perceived to be the same if I ever have kids? Would I be seen as a hard ass? Because of the amount of life experience I have at that
Should we
point.
head in?
Ain't no way around. Gonna have to cut through the plant.
I don't think... I think the last I've heard of The Last of Us Part 3 was that they wrote it. They already wrote it, but there was no ever announcement of it being made even. Because there was so much outrage at number 2 that it's probably best that they don't announce a number 3 for many years. My dad was not that hard at all. Yeah. After every loss, the hardness of the world that you live in would create tough love. No, I can imagine. Question: what will you do if a child repeats the same mistakes as you did when you were young? I would let it happen. Because I think simply the best way to learn any lesson is to experience the mistake yourself, rather than shelter. Because I was over sheltered as a kid. I was hidden from the world effectively, and as a result, I don't like. There's a lot of things I didn't learn until much later. A whole game with Abby, I can't wait. Yeah.
I own that shirt.
I'm pretty
I
sure
still think we
own
should
it.
sell off our mocap suits for charity.
Unwashed.
I mean, I'm going to assume that
Here's-
a third game would revolve around Ellie chasing
Ashley
down
Scott.
Abby or something.
Sorry, Ashley Hart.
I can wait.
Ashley Hart. She was married.
We didn't know the place was occupied. We're just trying to make our way through.
Through to where?
They're all right.
But you know these people?
Don't know if I will wait. Nah, fair enough.
He's my
The
goddamn
chemistry was so good between
two of
you
them.
and Jeffrey.
Yeah, I
It
mean,
was
there
amazing
there
how
was
well-
so much
I mean,
outrage for them
Jeffrey's just a
part
few
2.
years older than me,
Like,
but it was
some of the
interesting
actors literally
playing the
got
older
death
brother
threats.
to him.
It's a flippin' game.
And yeah, we
you know
felt
what I
like
mean?
brothers immediately. It was crazy.
Oh, well,
But
Jeffrey
people care
came-
about these
I mean, we
characters so
almost cast
much.
Jeffrey as Joel.
They didn't like how part 2 went.
And then once, like months later, we needed to cast Tommy. I was like, oh,
Well-
what's Jeffrey Pierce doing? That's for him.
Thanks for not blowing my head off.
Would have been embarrassing, considering you're my brother-in-law.
And Ashley Scott, she came.
Love and
really close to being
advise
cast as
in equal
Tess,
measure,
we needed Maria. I
but
was
some
like,
people
oh,
simply
I
do
just
not
got it.
take advice.
There were new
Yeah,
additions
yeah.
for these.
I mean, it's easy
I
for
love
me
this
to sit
awkward
here
setup
as a
of this is
non-parent
how
and
he
say
meets
what I
his
would do.
Sister-in-law. I mean, he meets
Yeah.
Jeffrey, or Tommy's wife.
I know there's parents in the chat. Like, parents, what would you do?
Why don't we bring him inside?
You just get to see here now how Ellie's starting to become more secretive.
Well, also it's
and
like
guarded.
the way they're standing and everything. It's like Ellie's kind of alone now. Like now it's like Joel is with Tommy and
There's no one familiar with Ellie.
False alarm! They're friendlies. We've been dealing with
Thanks for the likes, guys. I appreciate you.
It's been quiet for a few days.
What the hell are you doing here? I thought I'd find you in Jackson.
Been trying to bring the plant back to life.
We had it working before, but one of the turbines went south.
We have electricity, Joe. I had. We'll get her running again.
No way. You guys have horses.
We got a whole lot of them.
Look, it's a horse. Moo.
Sorry, I'll be right back.
For me, I'm afraid I might use the crane method if they refuse to listen.
I actually
Well, you mean like capital punishment?
You know, if you
75% was not warranted from many who were just wanting to jump on the bandwagon. Yeah, there is a lot of sheep.
Hey, thanks, Tommy.
No sweat. All right, let's continue the tour.
So, and that's why I said that, you know, I always want to surround myself with independent thinkers. I don't want people who follow
Still waiting on Hauser and the
what other people say or do. I want people to make up their own mind.
just go home to your family.
Just a couple more hours. I'll tough it out.
All right, take it easy.
Or what I also call misguided loyalty, let's say. Like, sometimes, because I don't get on with every other content creator. It's no secret. Like, I've got a few content creators on my permanent ban list. But some people feel that they need to be absolutely loyal to the other person. And I'm just sort of like, they're flippin' streamers. You've never met them. You don't know them. Like, think for yourself. Decide yourself
Yeah, go ahead.
who is better or worse.
About to start it back up. You want to come
But
check it out?
that's the mob mentality that humans are prone to. Humans are lazy.
Anyway, I'll go.
I'll come with you. Go with Maria. Put some food in you.
Joel.
Come on, Ellie. Let's give the boys some space. I'm sending Tommy over. Stand by.
It's like for example, like my stance towards subs and tips and so on Twitch. Like,
We've been here just a week.
I have already chosen not to promote tipping or subbing or anything like that on the stream. And that's why I got rid of the tip jar, the sub goal, everything. Like, if you do, like I said before, if you do sub a tip, I appreciate it, but I worked 100% to not ever receive tips from you guys. Like, people should take care of themselves, which makes me different than probably 99.99999% of streamers on Twitch. I think a lot of people on Twitch come on Twitch to make money. I'm just here to play games, man. I make my money elsewhere.
I got something for you. Last year I went back to Texas, back home. Most of our stuff is long gone. Most of it.
Yeah, I try and see both sides of the argument. But just one thing I do not tolerate is
Faded, but it still looks pretty good.
if people act like they're superior to you or rude to you or whatever, that's it, they're gone. There's no second chance. For me, instant permanent ban. There's no 3 strikes and you're out. It's like no instant. Like if there's any even whisper of drama, I've said to all my mods, ban permanently, instantly.
Privately.
Like I said, I'm going to surround myself with people that I vibe with. I'm not going to surround myself with drama people. I don't have to prove or earn someone's respect or whatever. You should give respect to everybody without them asking it. It shouldn't be something that they have to earn from you. I'll say if you have that attitude that people have to earn your attention, earn your respect, get off your high horse. As you said for a few years ago now, if you can pay your bills, live a semi-comfortable lifestyle, and live within your means ahead of most, is going to be a much happier human being. Yeah, exactly. I don't need to be rich. I don't need a big house. I don't need fancy stuff. I don't own a car. I don't need one. Can I afford a RTX 4090? No. Do I need one? Definitely no. So... I ride a giraffe, you peasant. Yeah, fair enough. So, but yeah. Like, but the thing is, so, like, you know, I said, I just... I like to just surround myself with independent thinkers, but also I like to just surround myself with jokers as well. People who just don't take life so flipping seriously, you know what I mean? It's like, the second it's all of this conversation of you're supposed to act this way, you're supposed to behave this way, I'm sort of like, leave. You can ride a giraffe? I mean, ask Balfia, I guess he knows.
Who doesn't? But it's the world we live in.
Or maybe you don't have to be.
You sound like Marlene. Hey, buddy. That's Buckley.
Also, I love the soundtrack.
Not much of a garden.
It's so stellar. Yeah. What's his name? Gustavo Santaolalla did an amazing job. You can write anything, yeah. Okay, some supplies there. Like, they could do a part 3, but the way I see a part 3 going, if I was to guess, is that Ellie and Abby become friends.
These two geniuses are gonna bring this plant back.
And I don't know if I want to see that.
We think we got it this time.
He has a bad rapport with horses. I mean, I can ride horses. I'm not going to say they're going to live very long if I do, though.
We're almost ready. They just need to finish putting the shield back on. No rush.
But to be fair, it's gravity that's my enemy. Alright, let's see if we can do a couple of upgrades. Mum, is there a trophy for upgrade everything to the max? No, it's only for one weapon. Okay. Well, I'll try and do as many as I can anyway. Might as well. I like to see a redemption for Ellie. How her life ends in Last of Us 2 is heartbreaking. Yeah. Like, there was some element of feeling that she was tortured for no reason. But I like the game theorist's view that Ellie is not immune. I don't know if you saw that video. Let's see. After the 4th playthrough, I upgraded all the weapons to max. Cool. So, what the game theorist said is Ellie already has cordyceps virus, but a different version, which doesn't make her into a zombie, which means that when she... what's it called? When she got bit and so on, the reason she didn't get infected was because you can't be double infected by cordyceps. The one that she has stopped her getting it, like, infected again. I didn't see that video. Mom, can you link that video? Game theorists, like, Ellie is not immune. I think it's something like that. If you go on Game Theorist channel and just type in The Last of Us, you should be able to find it.
All right, that's good. Tommy's here.
It's a very, very interesting video.
1 second. Okay, good to go.
Ready?
Go ahead, hit it. Here we go.
That's a stretch. Plus, it would undermine Joel's sacrifice. It would undermine it, sure, but at the end of the day, Joel and Ellie are not scientists. They're just normal people. So they can live their whole life and not know ever the circumstance of the disease that, or the immunity that Ellie has.
All right, Joel. Let's go talk.
So, like, so Ellie wasn't able, obviously, to, you know, sacrifice herself to become immune. So, to make a cure. But she might not have been able to anyway.
This place gives him a second
The
chance.
theme of redemption.
Okay, there's a video. It's a very, very interesting video because he proves it with scientific knowledge. He doesn't just talk. I'll link it on Instagram as well.
The right one. But this is where you get to see.
Well, Joel's putting up a front.
You want to see that video? Take a look.
He's pitching his little brother.
If one of you
It's
can
so
you link it
interesting to
on
see
TikTok as well?
Them slip how they're two different men, but they instantly go back into those roles that they were before.
And just by the behavior here, you get hints of what happened in those 20 years.
Right.
How dark things went.
Like they're playing nice.
Right, they were happy to see each other, but now it's like,
It's
oh,
right
right,
underneath the
you
surface.
haven't changed.
And that's, I mean, that's so true to life. Like, especially with brothers, you go back to that. I push these buttons and you do this.
This isn't for me, Tommy. This is for your damn cause.
My cause is my family.
And I loved, I mean, what Jeffrey was doing posture-wise, putting Joel on the offensive.
And now he's just like insulting everybody here and insulting his wife.
Tommy, I need this.
Again, just Joel just expects. I tell my little brother to do something, he needs to do it.
Right.
Which is totally based on my brother.
This is how you gonna repay me, huh?
Repay you?
For all those goddamn years I took care of us.
Took care. That's what you call it? I got nothing but nightmares from those
No,
years.
just checking my phone.
Died because of me.
It wasn't worth it.
Tommy here, Tommy and Maria shows that even in this world is horrible. You could find peace in it.
Right.
You could build a community. You don't have to resort to these things that Joel has.
That line was a great thing that Jeffrey improv'd on. Put your hands on me again. It's a good Southern phrase.
Shit! Bandit! Stop him! Don't let him into the building!
All right. So, annoying news, chat. My little sister has COVID. Speak.
Let's get a move on.
So, yesterday she did a COVID test, and it showed a faint line, so they didn't know for sure. But then today when she did the test, the line was super strong. It's like, yeah, no, you're definitely infected.
We got him.
Let's get to the bridge.
Let's see. Yeah, sure. Triple jab.
We're gonna come to you. Just
It's mostly just an annoyance at this point. All of us are triple jab. Maybe a bit
Let's go.
too lethal with these exploding arrows. But I guess that's the point, isn't it?
All those sons of bitches.
We
I
gotta
got
get
4
to the
shots, guys.
girls.
I've got it. Yeah.
Right behind you. Over there. Joe, do your thing.
Look out! Pay for that.
Shot. Missed. You don't need legs.
Tommy?
Maria?
I'm all right. The kid's with me.
That was too damn close.
Okay, we saved them.
You okay?
Don't want it again.
Yeah, I'm fine.
I might get it again. Yeah, that sucks.
That's where you see Tommy. Tommy realizes for the first time that Joel really cares for this girl. This isn't just a job. And that's where he has that change, and he's like, oh, crap.
I love this audio description.
This is
Also,
why he's
this
asking me to do
director
this.
commentary.
Absolutely not. You tell him to go find somebody else.
And again, it's just such a real.
If you're just
moment
making bad
between a
guys
married
disappear,
couple. It's
yeah.
like honor and you know, doing something for selfishness and everything else that doesn't play in this world anymore. Those are archaic ideals. I don't want you to go out there because you're going to get killed, and we don't owe him anything. Because I'm sure all she knows is the 20-year-old Joel, 20-year-old version of Joel. Why would you risk your life for that guy? You hate him, essentially.
One fuck up and then I turn into one of those widows, okay?
And for Ellie, it's important to show that she could just read Joel. She has
Enjoy
this
the exploding
bullshit
arrows too
type of
much?
it.
Yes, I
Just
do.
by the way he's answering her questions, she understands exactly what he asked Tommy to do.
I very much do. Whoops.
Love this moment. Here we go.
If anything at all happens to him, it's on you.
The posture and everything. He knows he's in the wrong. He knows he can't ask Tommy to do this.
Yeah.
Sorry.
She's thankful, you know.
Yeah, I know.
I'll take that girl of yours to the Fireflies. You don't have to worry about it.
He really cares for you.
There's so much more behind it, though, than that.
But yeah, Balfi, if you watch that video, let me know what you think.
It's Tommy showing that he's the bigger man, that he's the better man. That he's allowing his brother to be.
It really completely
Shallow.
changed my
Well, he's a lot- I
perspective
mean,
of the game.
I think he knows what his brother's been through. He knows why he can't go through that again.
Which way?
Come on. I just saw her riding on out of here.
Go back inside. Help the others clean the place up.
Okay. Be careful out there.
There. See the tracks?
Yeah.
Right. Look, it's a horse. Moo. Just so you're informed, chat, every animal in my live stream goes moo, except for cows. Cows do not go moo.
She couldn't have gotten far. We'll find her. Don't worry.
Stubborn kid.
That's the rule.
She usually pull these stunts.
Nothing like this. What's going on?
Look, it's a Tommy. Ooh. And what does the cow say? It depends on the cow.
There, 4 tracks.
Let's see. Give me all your money, yeah. That ribbit. Yeah. But just remember that, chat. Oh, that's the rule.
Whoa! I got your back. How many you see? Too goddamn many. Watch my back.
How dare I shoot a
Go
bullet?
around, I'll cover you.
How dare I? I shot. We done? One to the left.
I got your back.
Okay, cool. Yeah. Son of a... Speaking of milk and cheese, I'm not actually allowed to have any dairy for at least the next 3 months. Because I have intolerance. And also I'm not allowed egg yolk, or eggs in general. I have to avoid eggs and I have to avoid anything dairy. But, so I've been eating a lot of, like, vegan or replacement foods, basically. And, given that I am a meat eater, I would say vegans do not miss out on flavor. At all. Just, dough and sauce for Mithrie. Yeah. No toppings. I also have a little bit of a reaction to wheat, but it's not enough to be concerned. So I can still have wheat.
Tracks keep going this way. Just hope they didn't get to her.
But yeah, but I did a allergy test because, or sorry, an intolerance test because I was throwing up, basically. I would eat a pizza and I would throw up for hours. And now I know why. It was because of the cheese. Of the dairy. And I had a trifle. That made me throw up. And obviously a trifle is very full of dairy. Yeah, most vegan food is actually tasty now. Yeah. Vegan food is amazing. Like, I literally might become vegan just out of sheer, like, taste. You need to be creative too for vegan food. Yeah. But, like, you can have meat-free vegan options in terms of meat. You can have vegan sausages and so on, vegan chicken. And it tastes exactly like meat.
Look, by the ranch.
They, like I said, they miss out zero on flavor. I never really, like, saw how beautiful this ranch is.
Area looks clear.
Alright, let's go. The impossible meat. Yeah, but there's a lot of now of other brands that do the
Be careful.
meat-free meat.
Ellie?
And the main thing is when I eat food like that, like I even have vegan cheese. Like, how do you make cheese without milk? They must make it out of something else. But the vegan cheese, delicious. Vegan chicken, delicious. Like I said, you do not miss out on anything. You might pay a little bit more money, depends how like much supply of vegan stuff there is around you. But as I say, in my case, I might switch to vegan. Plant beef jerky at the local store. Yeah, I said, maybe just for an experiment, try it and compare the flavor to actual beef jerky. So if, for example, let's say we just can't have meat anymore, it becomes extinct, or there's some moral reason we can't have it anymore. Like, the world will not suffer, basically. And in terms of protein content, it's also good because I'm having every morning. I have Huel. I don't know if you've heard of Huel. Vegan cheese. Yeah, I have vegan cheese. You probably have heard of Huel because you're in the UK. Huel makes me feel wonderful. It makes me feel great because it's got 26 vitamins and minerals in it. So I started having it probably 3 months ago, and I'm having it every day. I have it's basically my breakfast is a Huel shake. There's so many things to it, but the main thing is it makes me feel amazing. I even tweeted at Huel, and they tweeted back at me. So I'd recommend their strawberry and cream flavor the most. But you can try so many flavors. They have chocolate, vanilla, and so on. This is not a sponsored ad, by the way. I just really like Huel. It's a shame it's not available for you guys in the US. Well, I don't think it is, anyway. I don't know what your equivalent would be. Let's see if there's anything here. Nope. Alright.
This is probably my favorite scene.
What a long day this was.
Boys, movies, deciding which.
I honestly think this is one of the best scenes that you wrote, Neil.
It's bizarre.
You know,
Because it says so much about this world, and especially Ellie, where she's at, and realizing how different and how much of a chasm there is between this world and that.
I agree.
Goddamn stupid.
Well, I guess we're both disappointed with each other then.
What do you want?
I think I really like about this scene is that they're both kind of, I guess, being selfish in a way, and yet it's coming from a place because they really care about each other. Like, they don't understand that they both have been through horrible things, and they each think what they've been through has been worse.
I love that she calls him out on that. What are you so afraid of?
How many close calls have we had?
Well, we seem to be doing all right so far.
And now you'll be doing even better with Tommy.
Not her, you know.
What?
And it's like the stakes are high, and it's like, okay, well, then I'm gonna drop this bomb. Not her.
Mighty thin ice here.
It's like, how many years has it probably been for Joel since he even like
Don't bring
thought
up that
about it,
name.
mentioned it?
I think Joel's thought of that name every day, but I don't think he's heard it said. That shove that you gave that was nowhere in the script.
I think that came out of frustration, definitely, because when we had come back and we couldn't find it, and I wasn't necessarily frustrated with you. I was frustrated.
I literally
with
can't look her in the eye.
I was like, oh, fuck.
It's
just-
so cold.
it's just so
how
sad.
cold it is, and I've had people on the team ask me to remove this part, that he's being too cold. And I'm like, no, it's like, because she's being so vulnerable and he's having these feelings, he's trying to shut it down. That's why he's being so cold. It was so important for me to keep that in there.
When he says you're not my daughter, it's almost an insult.
And it's kind of the opposite of what he's feeling.
All right. Like, why would you investigate where your friend blew up? Makes sense. Like, from a strategic point of view.
Hang back.
We win.
right. House is clear.
Okay, cool. Let's go.
This scene was such a great opportunity.
The drop bombs
to
there was pretty
show
funny. Yeah.
even just like all these mini arcs with characters. You know, we don't have a lot of time, and we're not gonna. We can only tell Joel and Ellie's story. We can't go into such detail with Bill and Tommy and Tess and Marlene. But you get this great resolution between these brothers because you get the full arc of it in just a short amount of time.
Hang on,
The way I approached it is
my mother is messaging me.
seed has been planted. Like when she says, "I'll just be more scared," that Joel just needs time, and in time he will change his mind because he doesn't want any. Deep down, he doesn't want anything that will hurt Ellie.
Okay.
So over there, the idea is just this little.
My family is interesting.
That change is brewing. And Gustavo's music doesn't hurt.
How this plays out.
My mom couldn't remember when I graduated from university, so she was
just this passage
guessing with my aunt, and she asked me to confirm.
That you played through. And just during production cuts, we changed it.
I was like, okay,
it actually worked out better.
You went to the graduation.
Idea that you never fully reach. You just see it from the outside.
Where is this lab of theirs? It's all the way out, University of Eastern Colorado.
Pointing out the, you know,
it was so long ago.
That there
Yeah,
was probably a
yeah.
time when these two used to watch college football together, you know, and calling out. It's like, go Bighorns, you know.
I mean, the thing is, when I was at university, because I went to university between 2003 and 2007,
so bad.
YouTube existed
East Colorado.
back then. Because I used to watch YouTube when I was at university. So, like, I would have been a YouTuber back then if I had known what it would turn into.
University, Eastern Colorado. How do I find this lab?
It's in the science building. Looks like a giant mirror. You can't miss it.
And the idea of offering Joel.
If I could go back to that time, basically.
A place of refuge, a place of redemption.
Well, and originally we had some, you know, I think there was a line that I threw in there or something. It was like maybe someday or something. It was just too on the nose. We ended up saying we don't need that. Yeah. It just needs to be
the look is enough.
Well, and the offer to me is enough.
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
Okay, let me see if I get this straight. If you mess up your fourth down, then you give the ball to the other team?
Right, it's called turnover.
And if you clear the 10 yards, then you're back at first down?
First down, that's right.
Man, it's confusing.
You just gotta play it a couple times. It all makes sense.
They don't know about football, right? But it's such a typical American thing that you call a sport football when you play it with your hands.
Well, we'll head to Central Grounds. Should be able to see most of the campus from there.
You just couldn't handle that the rest of the world called a sport that's played with your feet. It's called football. Americans. Alright, there's some supplies in here.
Stay, Callus. What kind of name is Callus, anyways?
Not my fault you forgot to ask Tommy his name.
Callus.
Speaking of Callus, I was doing that method, Mom, that we were talking about yesterday for the pull-ups. And it's tough. It's really tough. Even with it, like, your feet still being on the floor. So it would be a good way to strengthen your arms. Really, really tough. I was surprised. I'll show you later on.
There was a lookout here.
That's a good sign.
I'll try later on. Cool. And chat, I don't know if you watched it. We watched a movie on Netflix yesterday called Enola Holmes. Basically, it's about a girl who was a sister of Sherlock Holmes, played by Millie Bobby Brown. You know, the girl who played 11 in the what's it called, Stranger Things TV shows. It was really, really good. And another one is coming out soon. She will do 50, yeah. We were talking about lowering the gradient for pull-ups, and we found a video on YouTube where basically he said a good way to start is literally just keep your feet on the floor and try and like touch the floor less and less and less, but he showed how to do it. So I was doing it today, and it was good. It was good. And I did also I held the horse stance for about 86 seconds, something like that. So I'm doing horse stance to try and train my legs and my equilibrium as well. As long as I can do more than last time. And cool.
So these places, people would live here and just study, even though they were
Because I'm full-time at home.
Study, party, find themselves, figure out what they wanted to do with their lives.
what they wanted to do with their lives. That's a giant ram. You guys were like some idol worshippers.
When it came to sports, hell yeah.
But yeah, if someone asked me, what did I learn at university? The answer would be, not a damn thing. So we watched Thingy the other day. Any supplies? Friday, yeah.
Hey, over there. Is that it?
It does look like a giant mirror.
I just want to explore, you know what I mean? I almost don't want to even play the game. I just want to explore it. And that's what I like about games generally, is being taken to worlds that I will never go to in real life.
How many people you think are there?
Even though I'm sure Colorado does exist, it's not a fictional town.
I reckon it takes quite a crew to run that
But I'm never going to go to Colorado.
You think there'll be other people my age?
I'm not sure.
I'll stay with Callus.
I hate that name.
Does Colorado exist, chat? Or is it fictional? Did they make up Colorado for this game?
I'll go check it out. Yes, I don't want him running off. I'll be right back. Looks like someone jerry-rigged this thing.
Yep. It's next to Neverland. Okay. Got you. Colorado tourist. Yeah, I know. I mean, isn't Neverland in California? That's where Denver is. Ah. I don't think I went this way last time. And, oh, supplements. Yoink. Not mine. Double tap. Let's see. Yeah. Thanks for the follow. Appreciate you. It's also where South Park is. Ah. Are there any collectibles? I think I still need the trophy for the comic books. I just can't remember which one. But after I finish this playthrough, I will check the chapter select to see how many collectibles are missing still.
Hey, I was thinking I would have wanted to be an astronaut.
That a fact.
Yeah. Can you imagine? I'm just saying. What about you? What'd you want to be?
Well, when I was a kid, I used to want to be a singer.
Shut up.
No, serious.
Sing something.
No.
Come on, I won't laugh.
I don't think so.
Joel.
Did you get the comic book before going into the university? No. Where is that one? Is it in this area? You go right up the hill. It's in a car. Okay. Because I know... Okay, I'll see if I can think. It's at the beginning of the chapter. I probably missed it then. I can check. Like I said, when I finish the game, I'll do chapter select. But I really want to try and start the Left Behind DLC today if I can. Alright.
Scoot back.
Aw, are those monkeys?
Yeah, a whole mess of them. Let's go.
I do that. But yeah, it was a good call to add the director commentary to this version of the game. I think that's awesome. That'll live forever. Just take the arts, the technology, and so on. Hey, Arif, how are you doing today? It's going to be difficult because, like, in the future, because let's say someone plays this game or The Last of Us or whatever 300 years from now, everyone involved is going to be dead. You know what I mean? So in the future, there's going to be gaming historians, popular media historians who look at old media from people that don't exist anymore, and that is morbid. It's already starting to happen because, like, a lot of the actors from, you know, the 50s and 60s are already gone. But in the future, there's going to be more examples of media which have dead actors than
This is good.
living.
First sign of fireflies.
I'm fine. Don't tell me anything because I'll block you. Believe me, you're one of 20 I block every single day. I was saying that if you're a digital marketer or promoter on Instagram or YouTube or whatever, get a life. Get a real job. Actually make the content. Don't promote other people's content. Because we all know that your promotions are all fake. Okay, let's go.
There it is.
Boom. Okay, so we got a map. Some supplements. Believe me, I get like 1 million messages a day. I'm guessing any of you guys who are content creators or on social media, whatever, you probably get inundated with spam of I'm a digital marketer. I can promote your thing. I can help you grow. It's like, no. No thanks. I'm here to promote Mithrie on TikTok. Ban me if you dare. Yeah, it's so annoying. Yeah. And I have said clearly that anyone who tries to sell me anything in terms of promotion, instant ban. Instant. It's just the most unoriginal spam thing there is. And more supplements. I mean, hopefully this basement's going to be fun with all the clickers and so on, because I've got my exploding arrows. All right, let's go. And the spores down there. Got a notification on Twitter. That's the thing, like these days, my phone, because I've got all the notifications on for every platform, and my phone just doesn't have a rest. I feel sorry for my phone sometimes. Like, imagine if Mr. B switched on notifications. It'd be like constant, like day and night. It'll be like bzz, 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 bzz. I hit the blower to my right. I think it takes 4. Okay, 3 or 4 exploding arrows to take down the blower. Now, you actually have to kill this one if you want to get this firefly pendant that he drops. Which is really, really annoying. You might not know that. Killing this bloater, he drops a firefly pendant. Yeah, I think I'm good. For me, it's not marketing. It's more like harassment. Yeah, yeah. I mean, if they actually brought you anything real, fine. They never do. It's all bots. They basically just want it. They're scammers. They're just trying to take your money and give you nothing back. And that I don't appreciate. All right, let's go. Yeah, thankfully I cleared this place out. But I am looking forward to playing God of War Ragnarok. Hopefully I'll be able to do the full playthrough on TikTok and Instagram as well. Now, what is the shelf life of a gas mask? As in, like, how often do you need to change the filters on it? Okay. Oh no, I never had to use one. Ah. Because I was seeing some tweet online about, they said, because I have the KN95 mask for to help me, you know, not get COVID. But they said that COVID is now evolved where even the KN95 mask might not filter enough to prevent you getting it. I was like, oh, great, wonderful.
Here, come up on the gate.
What next? Will it eventually mutate and just make you die instantly? It's like, bleh. Alright. Switch on this motor.
try the gate.
Virus's main purpose is survival, so it will mutate several times in order to do that, I guess. I just remember when I was at university, I was a slob. You know, I think there literally was a period of 6 months when I didn't shower when I was at university. And I remember getting some antibacterial spray to clean my room.
You could see that.
And basically, when I sprayed the antibacterial spray, I thought I was dying. Like, the antibacterial spray was trying to kill me. Because I was basically a big walking bacteria at that point. Because if you don't shower for 6 months, it's, you know, these things are going to happen. But thankfully, I was in my, like, early 20s, so I managed to get away with it. If I did that now, I'd probably die. And it's a thing I learned at university as well, that if you want free mushrooms on your pizza, just let it sit there for a couple of days. Not in the fridge or anything, just let it sit in your room.
You ever been to one of these?
What, at university?
And the mushrooms will grow. Then you get free mushrooms.
No, not as a student, at least.
Why not?
I had Sarah when I was pretty young.
Were you married?
For a while.
What happened?
Okay,
Too much?
too much.
But yeah. Change the filter. Oh, it's 6 months to change the filter in a gas mask. Okay. In case there's ever a zombie apocalypse or whatever, then... And now I know how often I need to find a mask. And then, how long do masks even last? Like, can you be on the lookout for 10 years and then just pick it up and use it?
Are we ever gonna find living fireflies?
Thanks for all the likes, guys, on TikTok. I appreciate you.
Scoot back.
Alright. And I hope you guys do like my gaming news videos. I still make them every single day. Stay. I was talking to the horse, not to Ellie. I'm not that evil. Alright, let's go.
Alright, not what I had in mind, but it'll do.
It'll do. Alright. Let's go.
Alright, we're inside. Come on, kiddo, give me your hand.
Oh, so, chat,
Let's look around.
I said to Mum one day I'm gonna book Troy Baker so that he can sing Happy Birthday to her. You can book him on, what's the name of the app again?
Hello?
Like Collab or whatever. So yeah, I'll get Troy Baker to sing Happy Birthday to Mum one day. Alright.
Here we go.
Let's see if we can get some upgrades. Okay, let's get piercing and finish this out Diablo. Oh no, we're still not finished quite yet. Okay, we only got 21 left. Fair enough, fair enough.
This'll hold.
Loading arrows, yeah. Okay. This is on behalf of all people who have ever been ripped off by a flippant vending machine. There you go. That's revenge on behalf of everyone who's ever been ripped off by one. I'll be happy. I think this is a ship door. Nope. I was wrong. Maybe upstairs.
Over here. Anyone?
Let's keep it down until we figure out what's going on.
I just had to, I felt the urge. All that. And now we're just back where we were. Oh no, this is the ship door, I think. There you go. Yeah.
There you go.
Once. Yoink. Yeah, feel free to clip that. Me getting revenge on behalf of everyone thing. I'm allergic to penicillin. Oh. So am I. But the, what's it called? My dad used to be a university professor. And I was like, wow, that sounds like a really fun job.
Nothing useful.
But my dad also used to be a hairdresser. Or a barber, to be specific.
Looks like they all just packed up and left in a hurry.
But there is part of our DNA which cares a lot about hair.
Stay close.
I don't know why. Like, quite often we'll be watching TV shows or movies or whatever, and I'll be critiquing the actors' haircuts. It's just, it's funny to me when a character, it's like, oh, I just got out of bed, and their hair is absolutely immaculate, like they just came out of a salon. Like, their hair wouldn't be that nice at a wedding. It wouldn't be nice at their own wedding, you know, that nice. So, I find that kind of funny sometimes.
There are no bodies. That's good, right?
We found out where they went.
Obviously, in that regard, I'm overcompensating because of my lack of hair. What's the word? I am vocally challenged. Hair and makeup is flawless. Yeah, it's just crazy. Things we see. So, like, never mind zombie apocalypse and whatever else is happening in the TV show or movie. It's you know, the makeup that makes it unrealistic. And the haircuts. Is there an upgrade? Sorry, is there a trophy for getting all the supplement upgrades? Here, let me take a look. Okay, so I can be done with this one. Oh, let's do healing speed instead. So there's just these two, and I'm done. Oh, there isn't. Okay. But I'm assuming there is one for getting all the collectibles, right? And all the comics and stuff like that. Alrighty. I remember when I saw Video Game Donkey's review of The Last of Us Part 2. He was like, yeah, you open 550 filing cabinets in Last of Us Part 2. I don't think he said much else.
Shit.
So probably good, right?
No, clickers don't hide.
Oh, I'm charging at you. And eventually, maybe in a couple of years from now, I want to replay all the Life is Strange games. I don't know if they've announced the new one. Have they announced the Life is Strange 3? I didn't see anything.
Jesus. At least it ain't clickers.
Yeah. No fireflies either.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, maybe in all that research, they turned into fucking monkeys.
Just keep searching, we'll find something.
That language. Kuh. Like, discipline the kid. It's like, all you do is fucking square. Can you fucking stop? What the fuck? I'm kidding. Let's just move on. Firelight pendant. Wink. Okay, we're nearly there. I'm just checking every nook and cranny, just for the sake of it. Crafting supplies. Yoink. Not quite at a point of wanting to do a speedrun just yet.
About to hear Steve Bloom.
Lovely Steve. Silk-throated Steve Bloom.
Looking for the fireflies. They've all left.
Yeah, no shit.
I'm dead. Or I will be soon. Got me
What a macabre scene, though. I love that Ellie's just kind of
years that felt like we were
thumbing through things.
fucking thing was
She's pretty frustrated with not having found the fireflies, not knowing where to go.
looking for the others.
Man, I love Steve Bloom's voice.
Mary's hospital in Salt Lake City.
He makes me want to clear my throat.
Trying to save the world.
It's mean.
Good luck with that.
Do you know where that is?
I know the city.
Is it far?
It ain't.
Again, this is where we really
Why
start
is it
to
called
get a
Salt
sense
Lake
of
City?
how Joel and Ellie are just
Does it
chasing
even
the
have a
tail.
lake?
There's, you know, chasing a phantom.
And is it salty?
What the fuck are these guys?
Traditionally, lakes are sweet.
We know where to
They're
go.
not
Let's
salty.
get the hell out of here.
All plains of Utah. Ah. Guy who comes sprinting.
Whoa!
Well, if it came any closer, that would have been ripped. I hope there is like a exploding arrow category for speedrunning.
Over that way.
Joel.
Right.
You asshole!
Nailed it. Oh, okay.
What do you want me to do? What? Oh man. Joel?
I'm gonna need you to pull.
Okay. All right, you ready? 1, 2, 3. Here.
Oh, that's gotta hurt.
Let's get to the damn horse.
Ruined his like favorite pair of jeans, man.
I don't see anyone. Let's go. Joel? How are we doing?
I'm fine.
Can you handle the window?
Yeah.
Okay. Jesus. Come on, move! Shit.
I see you.
Thanks for the follow.
Come on, man.
All right. Just stay here. I'm gonna flank this asshole.
Ellie. Those were my friends you killed, asshole. Come on out. You want to do this the hard way?
I'm gonna shoot him in the nuts.
Bitch!
I tried to. He turned the other way. In the buttocks.
We gotta get you out of here.
I'm okay.
I'm gonna see if I can shoot the deer during winter with the exploding arrow.
On.
But we'll see if that works.
Move it. There's no one here. Hurry. You're doing good. Just keep at it.
I'm
Through
coming.
these double doors. Oh man. Here, lean
I'm
on
gonna
me.
have noodles today.
Well, can you walk?
I've said to myself I'm gonna have takeout once a week to save money, rather than every day. But today I feel like having noodles.
Come on.
Maybe some tempura.
There's the exit. Just a little bit more. Come on. Hey. Joel?
Behind you.
What?
Ellie!
The kid's
Get
got a
the fuck
gun!
back!
Watch out!
Hey!
Oh shit. Oh shit.
You little shit!
A shot. Thanks for the follow. I appreciate you.
Joel. Here. Stand up.
So guys, if you're new to my TikTok or my Instagram, check out my gaming news videos. I release every single day.
I swear to God.
I'm also a Twitch partner and a YouTuber.
You're so singing for me.
Everything is gaming around my life, so. And I'm proudly partnered with PlayStation. In fact, PlayStation gifted me this game. Hopefully they'll give me
Get the door.
God of War Ragnarok. So thank you, PlayStation. Love you,
Come
PlayStation.
on.
I'm a very proud partner of PlayStation.
Fuck.
Oh, shit!
Come on.
Just get the horse.
All right.
I like how after the first one, she's like, it's like, fine, I've killed one already. Might as well kill 20.
Can you get on?
Mithrie hasn't lost a game of Russian roulette yet. Nope.
For me, is what I wanted from this is not to overplay it, not to like have Ellie cry or scream or.
Shit. Joel, here.
There's probably a lot of panic that happened between this moment and the next.
Well, and
We're not seeing.
what a great line too. You got to tell me what to do. When almost the entire game she said, "Don't tell me what to do."
And here is where we've been lying to everybody when we've been saying you don't play as Ellie.
That's right.
Yeah.
Asked point blank. Do you play as Ellie?
No.
I mean, the VOD is there, Mom, if you want to rewind.
In this moment, a lot of this project and the story has been constructed around this moment, which is where the roles flip. Where now it's Ellie that
Oh,
has
God,
to
that
protect
famous scene.
Joel and essentially bring him back to life.
Bye-bye, Bunny.
It's a pretty cool reveal too.
That girl.
And there's Ellie as the hunter.
It's the cutest thing ever.
What we wanted here also is like, you don't know exactly what happened to Joel. What's the state? How much time has passed?
Poor buddy.
But the way that she's doing that, you can see that she's been doing this for a while.
You'll just startle it.
Okay, exploding arrow deer time. So let's see how we do. Yep, she has the exploding arrows.
There he is.
I need to go somewhat slowly. I can get the drop on it. He's hunting rabbits. Yep. I don't know if you've ever eaten rabbit. Rabbit's actually really tasty. It tastes like chicken. I had some rabbit when I was in France.
Hold it steady.
Whoops. Oh. Oh, too far. I should have got closer, maybe. Possibly. There it is. Let me get closer. But obviously, you see these pile of sticks. Obviously, if you step on them, you're gonna alert the deer. You're close.
Gotcha.
Okay, so confirmed. The deer doesn't explode. Oh well. As much as I would like it to. It's because he's needed in a cutscene, isn't he? But it's like the original Deus Ex. Like there's some characters you can kill, but just not at certain times. So they're like immune.
Easy.
Until the right moment.
Easy.
Whoops.
That was a terrible shot.
Barbecue version, yeah. I mean, to be fair, the deer is leaving a very handy blood trail behind it. Venison is good too. You know, I never actually had venison before. There we go.
Crap, he's fast.
Right in the buttocks.
How are you still alive?
Yeah, I mean, I did shoot you twice with exploding arrows. I mean, I think like if I had exploding arrows when I was playing like Crossword or like Noughts and Crosses when I was in primary school, it would have made it a lot more exciting.
Everything's cool. This place is not creepy at all.
Or they have it in like Squid Game or something. Ah, yoink. Okay, let's go.
Remember how tired your arms got holding that bow?
Let me what's it called? Let me
It
stand
was
up and
so
stretch.
heavy. And I remember that I was shaking and I was like, hey guys, this is really heavy.
There's David. Nolan North.
Nolan North, ladies and gentlemen.
Ruben Langdon is James.
Ruben Langdon, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry.
Yeah. If you didn't know, that David is
Like,
actually voiced by
I showed
Nolan
Nolan
North,
a part of the game early on.
as
He's
in
like,
Nathan
I wanna-
Drake from the
you gotta give me a
Uncharted
part
games.
somewhere in there. I'm like, okay, I got something for you.
I got a role for you. But I will say this, because I mean, I was on set just for a brief part of this, but that's when I mean, I've always been a fan of Nolan's work, but that's when I was truly awed by him at how he crafted this character. He took what you had and just really brought it to life.
I told him the most important part is don't play a bad guy.
Yeah.
This guy's charismatic. We have to
Oh,
believe.
thanks
that
for the
people
follow. I
this
appreciate
guy.
you.
And that Ellie could trust him.
Yeah.
Buddy boy can go get it. He comes back with what I need. The deer is all yours. Anyone else shows up,
You put one right between my eyes.
that's right.
It just shows what versatility Nolan really has.
Yeah, that voice, I mean,
It's so comforting.
it is very comforting, but it's interesting now that I'm hearing it, knowing what we went through. I get, it's a little unsettling now, hearing it. 'Cause I'm like, ugh.
Now the thing is, the next fight with all the zombies is going to be in a very tight space. So do you think with the exploding arrow that I'm just going to
We went
blow
through a
Ellie
version
up
where,
like a
okay, she
million
can only
times?
carry one long gun at a time, so we have to put the bow on the ground. They're like, no, it's going to be two guns. Okay, well, let's put the bow back on her backpack. No, it's she can carry.
Yep.
And we
So
removed
get-
the
yeah,
scope. They used to
get
have
the
scope
clip
on.
button
We're
ready.
Oh, we don't want Ellie to have the scope.
I remember being so relieved in this scene when we switched the gun out and I got to put the bow down. I was like, ah.
I love how David complies too. How he just kind of like submits to a little girl.
Well, the thing is like, he knows the stories. He knows what happened in the university, and he's trying to figure this kid out. This whole sequence, he's sizing her up.
How early or how late on in the script did you write David?
I mean, it was written not that long before we shot it.
Because remember you
It
like
started out
mentioned,
from
like,
a pretty
cannibal
small,
king.
yeah, it was referred as the Cannibal King. We just knew that Ellie was going to run into the worst of mankind and she would persevere and come out on the other side. But then once like Nolan came in and started like putting David together, it was like it became a lot more interesting to make him this really charismatic guy that is just infatuated with Ellie.
Why did she hesitate?
Now when things get real, you see who kind of glimpses of who he really is.
Because there is that moment in that other scene where he makes it seem like, okay, you're in control, but she never was.
Yeah.
No matter what, we have
Okay.
to keep them out.
Here we go.
Let's hope they don't find him. Cover the windows.
Okay.
Well, that was the worst shot of all time.
We got infected inside.
Done this before.
Sorry, David.
You weren't kidding. You're a better shot with that thing than I am. Give me a hand with this.
Come on.
The clicker will get her.
When I'm coming through the window.
It's a lot simpler with the exploding bow, just saying. Son of a... I completely missed him. And I accidentally shot one right behind him.
Kid! Yeah, just keep doing that.
Again, any closer, I would have been ripped. Did I survive? Medkit.
Screw it. We're getting out of this room.
Okay. Ah, I actually made it. GG.
Come on. I'll block their path. Cover the stairs.
It's just one of those things, Jen.
Follow me through here.
Okay.
Boink.
Do you know where you're going?
I've never set foot in this place.
Oh, great.
It's clear. This way.
Alright, let's go. On lunch, wanted to see how you're doing. Yeah, pretty good, Ian. How are you?
How are you holding up?
You don't need to worry about me.
How's work so far?
Stay close.
Nailed it. Like the deer? Yeah,
Hey,
yeah.
kid, you all right?
I'm fine.
More clickers. Get out of there!
Alrighty. Okay, so we have to go down this way regardless. There's something there? A brick. Wondering what that was. Okay. Feel better since going outside foods? Okay.
Doors this way.
Did you have any sort of allergy or intolerance test? Or are you guessing?
That was so close. We need to get up there. There. That ladder could work.
Here. Come here. Boost me
You
up.
can't eat most vegetables. Uh-oh.
Okay, ready?
That sucks. Yeah, if I couldn't eat vegetables, I'd be ripped. Like,
You be quick.
there wouldn't be much I'd be able to eat.
Those things.
I know.
Bye!
Yeah, it's okay.
Okay, get this. Watching too much Kiki. One of my favorite streamers on Twitch is a guy called Milton. He does a character in GTA 5 RP called Kiki. And Kiki is very interesting.
Here we go.
Come on. All right, look out.
Okay, let's go.
Come on.
Yeah, because we were talking before, Ian, about how I am basically now almost completely vegan. I have like meat-free chicken, meat-free everything.
Oh, shit. Okay, old man. Jeez. Looks like someone already fought those things and lost.
Oh, Lord. Been looking for these boys. Doesn't matter. You grab the gear, and then look for an exit. Keep your eyes open for anything we can use.
See anything?
It's a dead end. How on earth did they use this building?
So what do?
We hold our ground.
Is there any other
Yeah.
choice?
We die.
Right.
Vegans are short on nutrients.
Ready.
I don't know if they are though. But I think, yeah, my heal obviously definitely helps. I miss. That better. Don't panic. It's important to stay really calm. Never panic. I'll save it. Okay. Well, that was a zombie.
We're doing fine, kid.
It doesn't feel like it.
Just stay focused. We'll make it.
Okie dokie.
Here come more.
How many of these things are there?
I have no idea. Just keep at it.
Just trying to be cautious. Whee. I hear a clicker. Nice. I killed it before he even came in. The blow gonna come down soon? There you go.
That doesn't sound good.
What? One of those big...
He did. Blood. Alright. Check out that sometime.
Yeah,
Okay.
You know, I think we did it.
like we killed all of them?
What's it about?
Oh, don't sound so disappointed.
More like
Okay, what talks about it?
I'll check the
Okay.
fridge.
I mean, for me, it's just down to what I consume, how it makes me feel. Because, yeah, I do have the supplement. So I do have the Huel. And it makes me feel great. And then everything else is, like, vegan and meat-free. So...
Listen.
no infected.
So for me, it feels pretty good.
I tell you. All right. Let's head on back.
But, you know, obviously I'm not exactly the height of nutrition and, like, the best way to... Because I, for example, during the day, I don't get anywhere near enough calories.
What's cool about David and the conversation I had with Nolan about him is that he's trying to win Ellie over by being honest with her. And here's the part where he's like, I feel like she's ready. I'm going to kind of reveal myself. And I think, like, I could still get her to come around.
Now, you see, I believe that everything happens for a reason.
Sure.
Other interesting thing, thematically, that's everything happens for a reason, is the same thing that Marlene really believes. That everything happens like it's something she repeats to Joel at the end. But you're kind of seeing how all these characters are just how much they're willing to go for what they believe in.
And you talked about like being surprised by your own writing. Was that a moment like that, or was that something that you had intentionally done to where those characters were gonna?
No,
Time is
I
it?
just,
It's
I think
well.
there's something you think about.
I
and
might
you
not actually be able to
finish,
start the
and
DLC
it's
today
around
then.
the
By the time I
project,
finish the
and
game.
characters end up.
Shall we
talking
just do
about
the
this
DLC
stuff,
tomorrow,
and you're
chat?
thinking about it all the time.
Because there's only an hour 15. Then I gotta go.
Again, another one of those moments where you think Ellie's got control.
Don't get upset. It's not your fault.
Yeah, and then James there.
I'm just a kid.
Back to work. Have a good day.
I love that.
Bye, Ian. Take care.
No way, David. I'm not gonna let her go.
It was such a small role, but I really like what Ruben added there. And that the dynamics between James and David, how there's conflict between these two characters, but there's still respect, and he's still listening to David, even though he's questioning his leadership right there.
Part of me, the way I read that was every time James looked at David, it was like, who the fuck are you right now? What are you doing?
Yeah.
Like, he was putting on a show and he saw it.
No thanks.
To me, it's interesting how David almost treats Ellie like quarry. Like, you know, you're a sport.
Yeah.
Again, Ellie having this kind of bullshit detector, you see her scared here because I think she realizes there's something really wrong with these guys. I don't know what. I just need to get away.
They would have been able to follow the tracks on it.
So interesting from watching this, though. I would.
Thanks for the likes. I
completely
appreciate you.
believe David. I would totally. I'd follow that guy. It's crazy.
It's because you're a cannibal. This little moment, this breath before going to see what's downstairs. And again, for players, it would have been like a while now since they've seen Joel.
Joel?
Once again, Joel's asleep.
I only managed to get a little bit of food.
I love how these roles have switched too, where now it's, you know, the protected taking care of the protector.
Move your arm.
It used to be open, and then we were like, "Oh, we should probably stitch that
It
up."
was also on the other side. We had to come back and reshoot it too. Oh, continuity.
Actually, this one I remember.
Thanks for the follow.
We shot this one again because this is going Naughty Dog method. Everybody can like say the 2 cents. Amy Puckett, one of our coordinators, said, "Where's Ellie's backpack?" And we shot it without thinking about Ellie's backpack. And it was like, "Oh, we should bring it back in and use it as a pillow." It's like such a cool little touch.
You're gonna make it.
Yeah, those shivering things was pretty cool.
It's a towel thing, right? He's able to
Let's
do
see,
that.
you did that.
Well, yeah,
I mean,
but
he
it's still
obviously he animated it, but
a great moment of them falling asleep next to each other too. Again, her watching over him. To me, you really get a sense of the oppressiveness of the world with all the introduction with all of these different kinds of enemies. It's like you feel like you're fighting this multi-front battle. It's not just these are the bad guys, and it's so clear.
yeah, and just how much Ellie's now willing to put herself on the line to just get them away from Joel.
All right. Yeah, hopefully today I'll finish the game. And then we can do the DLC tomorrow. I know I've been saying about doing the DLC for a couple of days now, but... And once we finish the DLC, then we'll see what trophies are left.
Hey, I got her! Get your ass over here! What are you waiting for? Shoot her! But David said... Fuck David!
No!
Shoot her now! Grab
What the
her!
hell do they want?
That's a lot of people.
Over here!
Get away! Shoot the horse! Shoot the fucking horse!
Poor horsey.
Oh man. No. Shit.
I love you. Why? Can we get revenge?
By the horse!
No, apparently no. Well, that revenge went really well. After lunch, have a lovely stream. All right, have a good lunch. All right, I better go.
Get back to Joel.
Down there!
He's not as stable with her aim as thingy. Joel. Because one thing I'm noticing as well is that you actually have to hold the arrow when you're aiming a lot more than Joel, obviously, because she doesn't have anywhere near as much strength. Okay, I'm leaving.
I need to go around.
It's not worth trying to fight these guys.
She fell down the hill somewhere. I don't see her though. She's running for the cabin.
Okay. Which, you know, makes sense. She's just a little girl. Yoink. That's more realistic that way, isn't it?
Said he wants her alive. He doesn't get to make that call. James told me it's the girl from the university. How many of our guys were killed there?
Oh, shit.
Yeah, she's... He's not as confident. Or as strong. Yet. Okay, peek.
Spread out!
Okay. Where do I go?
Son of a bitch!
How dare you almost survive? Okay, let's carry on.
Nature track. Okay. That should get me out of here.
Alright.
Here we go.
Hopefully I'll be able to finish within the next hour or so.
So fun. Oh shit.
Especially with the exploding arrow. But yeah, if you do play this game on PlayStation 5, spend the time to explore and just marvel at the amazing graphics and scenery. You get the most for your money, especially if you paid for this game. There's a comic book around here. Yeah, there is. Okay, we'll try and add some urgency because there's barely an hour left. Yeah, guys, if you're new to my content, please check out my daily gaming news show. I upload every single day. I talk about 3 pieces of the gaming news that most interest me. I upload every single day. I have done for more than a year and a half. So you can watch my videos a minute and a half a day, and you'll be informed about basically everything that's going on in the gaming industry.
Hang in there, Joel.
And also as well, I am a full-time content creator. With incredible aim. The best in the biz. The only reason I don't pay, like, competitive shooter games is because I want to give people, like Shroud, a chance. It wouldn't be fair if I played them.
There's a body over here! Stand out!
Is there a body or is it just excrement? Guy. The outside of me.
Whoa! There you
Shit.
Alright. Go in.
I don't want to get trapped in here.
Alright, let's just carry on.
Where's the way out?
She's on this side of the wall!
cover me! I'm moving up!
It's not acting so weird. Alright.
There's the exit.
Heal. Alright. But yeah, guys, thank you for all the follows, all the likes, everything. I appreciate you. And in the future, I'm going to be streaming, hopefully, God of War Ragnarok on this stream. And many other games. So it's worth throwing me a follow.
Wakey, wakey.
It's interesting how much audio has made all of this way creepier. We were watching it without audio.
It's like the Foley of what he's cutting up and back and stuff there. Ugh.
Time to eat.
And that's the first time you actually see what it is, that you've heard them refer to it.
No, actually, this is the first time you just see it, and it's again, I really wanted to downplay the whole cannibalism thing. It's just,
Yeah.
just
Would it
something
be
you have
in
to
bad
do.
taste if I order some barbecue for dinner?
Super.
He comes to bring her a tray of food.
This was so cool to watch when you guys were doing this scene. It's just like this battle of the wills where he's just trying to like get in her head and she will not let him. She won't give in.
Yeah, this was one of my favorite scenes to shoot because
Some human helping on the side.
there's just so much there. I mean, the cannibalism and then him being all like rapey and molesty. Like, I don't know. I'm a fan of the dark stuff, which you know. So when I read it, I was like, yes. Which makes me sound like an awful person.
Yes, it really
I
does.
am.
It really does.
So-
I don't know what that says about me that I wrote this.
I know. I remember that night that I went home, I was just in a funky mood.
We have to take care of our own, by any means necessary.
It was like it was a cooler thing to read about it than actually having to go in there. It was really hard to do.
Yeah.
I wonder if they would ever make like a
Again, I see
director's
David
commentary
being
for like
very
Death
gracious
Stranding, for
person.
example.
I mean, everything he's saying is kind of true. It's like, you kill to survive, we kill to survive. It's just what you do in this world. But again, Ellie just is feeling there's something else here.
I still don't look at David as a bad guy at this point.
Oh, that's what too is like you were talking to me before we got this whole David thing, and it's like, you want to work with Nolan North? I want to do a scene with Nolan North. I want to do this. And I was like, and I'm like, oh, we cast Nolan North. Like, great. I'm like, but you don't act with him at all.
Tease.
Yeah, I feel super lucky I got to work with him because
He's the king.
he's so fun to work with.
I mean, he really owned it. He threw himself into it, like darkness and all. And again, talking to him about it, he's like, I don't see him as dark. Just this is just what he wants. That's it.
I think David believes his own line of bullshit. Or whether it's bullshit or not, I think David believes that he actually is doing the right thing.
I mean, that's the other thing we discussed with Nolan is like there's a religious part to David, even though I never wanted that to come out in the script. But he really kind of believes that he's been sent here and he has this destiny that nothing can really harm him.
What am I supposed to tell the others now?
And you really took that on the chin that day too.
Man, this whole sequence with David, I was so beat up and bruised.
I say, I remember you came back the following day with bruises.
I was like, guys, look at me. I had bruises
We're like,
everywhere.
that looks bad, but
we're making a
gonna
game
do some more
now.
this time.
Yeah.
I love that you made it the little girl that broke your fucking finger.
Yeah. That was a good call, Neil.
Well, he calls her stupid little girl, so she throws it back in his face. I also like that she gives him her name under her conditions, which is, I'm going to give it to you, but I'm going to insult you. Right.
I also like the fact that Ellie is still so strong that even though she's in that cage, she's still
kind of in control.
Yeah.
But it's a much stronger, that's a different strength than you'd shown anywhere else in the game before. It's like that winter was a really, really hard winter for you.
Okay, let's carry on.
Where the hell are you?
It's like me this morning when I was doing my laundry. It's like, I have to take it upstairs. Alright, let's get that.
Ellie! Where'd she run off to?
See if we can... This shot from a million miles away. In an elevator, yeah. Or like a washing machine on the top floor.
There he is. Shit. Tear the boat! Don't let him get you!
Don't let it go.
Where is she? One
What?
way or another, you gotta tell me!
He picks his moments, so I need to like ask them where is she after they're all dead.
Damn.
Like, what's the point?
Gotcha, asshole. Finish him off!
Hold still! Oh, shit!
Handcuff me.
Let me go. I'll fuck you up.
Here's another funny scene.
Well, and you're wrong. I did get to actually.
Reminds me of the torture scene in GTA 5.
And let me torture him.
Although we did record over his lines with Liam O'Brien.
That's right, the lovely Lob.
The lovely Liam O'Brien. This actually is my favorite scene in the game.
Is it really?
And it after I saw you guys shoot it, and then when I saw the animation and everything, I was like, I just love the scene.
What is it about it you love so much?
I love that Joel is just quietly violent. And that you pop off the guy's
This is his job,
kneecap.
right? This is what he's good at.
Yeah.
He's
Well,
just,
like,
and it's also for me, when we talked about this, it's like Joel going back to this, like, all right, you want this guy? I'll be this guy. We've spent almost the entire game for him to stay away from being that guy, but in this, and it's like, I still know
it's like
how
we're
to
going
fuck you
back to
up.
the moment in the beginning we saw him with Robert and Tess.
Yeah.
This is what he does. This is what he's done in this world.
yeah, it's a no-brainer. He's good at it.
Chokes him out and breaks his neck right there. All for the benefit of that guy.
And it's like, if there's any like notion that someone has hurt Ellie, then I'm gonna make every single one of you guys pay.
That's all right. I believe him.
No, wait!
And actually, this is the scene where I think he got beat up the most.
Yeah.
Where you did?
Yo, yeah.
Yeah.
I had bruises over my whole entire body. It was ridiculous.
Yeah, this wasn't stunts, this was you.
Yeah.
I warned you.
The thing that I love about this scene is how much Ellie's using her brains and her physicality, like everything to like get out of this situation.
Right there. Roll up my sleeve. Look at it!
I'll play along.
What'd you say?
Ruben helped so much during this part because choreographing sort of all of the little
Obviously,
movements
because
was
she's got the
different.
custom
And I
outfit
think
on. That's why he didn't roll
everybody
up the
sort of knew
sleeve.
at this point that I kept hurting people. So Ruben was like, you have to give her the foam knife because she will hit me.
I guess that's all she needs, isn't it? All she has is a knife and her wits.
What is wrong with these people?
Where you going, Henry? This is my town.
Oh, wait.
I need a gun.
I wonder if, like, if you take too long, does David, like, catch up to you and just kill you?
You heard gunshots. Infected. What? The girl. She's infected and she got out. I need you to round up everyone who isn't armed and get them clear out of here. Find that girl. Kill her. Go.
Fuck.
Tired of this shit. Cross the line is time.
I've been saying this for months.
We've been telling him enough. This girl killed our men. Now she's infected.
We just messed up so we can have a town meeting. Put his leadership up to a vote.
The lighting on this is amazing, isn't it?
They're everywhere.
Ah.
You? Same here.
Well, at least I've got infinite bullets. Okay, this guy right there. Could be okay. Maybe.
This place is a damn maze.
Alright. Let's get that. Visibility is basically 0.
I see her! By the door!
Ow. Son of a... Son of a... Dang it. Well. He did. There we go. Progress. All you need to do, chat, is use the method, and you'll survive. Anyone could do it. Alright. Here's a David boss fight. Best level in this game for me. I'm not a fan of this fight.
Easy to track. How did you do it? That's all right. Nowhere to go. You want out? You're gonna have to come get these keys. I know you're not in. I heard that.
Those keys.
Well. I need to get a health kit. There it is. At least with the cheats, I've got infinite hearing.
Oh, hey, Ellie. I'm sorry about your horse. I truly am.
Well, you are,
I hope you
motherfucker.
take comfort in knowing that you won't waste any part of it.
That's one.
That was good, kid.
No, 2 more.
It's gonna be all right.
Is a remake worth it? Was thinking of getting this to do the platinum. Yeah, I would say so. Like the how beautiful it is just crazy on PlayStation 5. Ah. And the fact that it includes the DLC as well. Ah. Leave me alone. I'm too beautiful to die. Is it?
You know, you keep surprising me.
It's all the way over there.
Shame you wouldn't come around. But it's too late now.
Uh-oh.
You give up now, and I promise to be quick.
Yeah, there has been a couple of moments for me that I've been like...
Yeah, go fuck yourself.
I had a couple of little jump scares. Nothing like horrifying, but
Okay then. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. You know, I love how you think that you're better than this.
yeah, let's go.
Better than us. You're not.
Ah, you crazy fuck.
Didn't have to be this way.
See if we can sneak up on him.
You brought this on yourself. You did.
Turn around, don't turn around. Right, okay, there we go. Where is he?
Now come out wherever you are.
Alright, around there. I see ya, motherfucker.
Oh no. Nice try.
Ah.
Whoops.
Yeah, exactly. Big whoops.
Enough of this, Emily. You come on out, we just end this. What do you say?
I like how on easy mode you can just stun him with bottles. Is that medkit over there? That's glittering. See him over there. Let's heal up just in case. I just need one more stab. Are we done? Is he still crouched behind here? He is. See if I can get him. Nailed it. Hey man, how you doing today? So this is the exploding arrow run. I'm having way too much fun with this. In a second you'll see why. There was a shiv door. Ow. How did that not blow up all of them?
Holy shit!
Oh, all of a sudden, my aim. None of it. I'm healing. Like, what happened? Bollocks. I mean, to be fair, that exploding arrow that I shot should have killed 4 of them. It didn't kill any.
Cover me! I'm moving up!
I literally can't see a thing. Is someone there? Literally can't. Ah, there he is. I got him. Well, let me get this shift door that I didn't open last time. And I think there's one more shift door in the hospital that I didn't open. Okay. Alright. Take some supplies. Yeah, I actually need a metal barb or whatever before I can actually augment it. Ah, very useful. Okay, let's do that. Okay, so the plan is, chat, try and finish this run today, and then do the DLC tomorrow, the Left Behind DLC. And then after I've finished Left Behind, then work on random trophies towards the platinum. That was a warning shot. That was not warning shot. Okay. Alright. Let's go. And I have the director commentary on as well.
What is this? Where the hell is Ellie's stuff here? Oh, Christ.
Yep. All these dead bodies.
I gotta find her.
I like how, ironically, they just store the dead bodies in the butcher shop.
Holy shit. Ellie.
Also, like, it doesn't matter where you finished that fight against David, you wake up in the same place. Okay, let's go.
I knew you had heart. You know, it's okay to give up. Ain't no shame in it. I guess not. Just not your style, is it? You can try begging.
Fuck you.
You think you know me? Huh? Well, let me tell you something. You have no idea what I'm capable of.
You were beating the shit out of that foam pad. I don't know what you were channeling.
I have a lot of anger.
Stop! Stop!
Fucking touch me!
It's me!
We did very few takes of this. This was like maybe 3 takes.
Yeah.
It just felt like so intense with each one. It was like, yeah, we got it. That's enough.
It's the first time that, you know, Ellie and Joel, like, embrace was that physical contact.
Yeah.
And it's such a great choice, I think, for you the dialogue wasn't important.
Yeah, it was just a gesture. So it was like, just let the music take over. And it's It's the same theme from when, you know, his daughter dies. Something really
I didn't
traumatic
notice that, you know.
happens and we jump in time.
Did you guys realize it was the same music?
Ellie! Ellie! Did you hear me?
No. What?
Look, hospital. This is where we get off. Let's go, kiddo.
All right.
Feel that breeze, huh? I tell you, on a day like this, I just sit on my porch, pick away at my six string. You know, once we're done with this whole thing, I'm gonna teach you how to play guitar. I reckon you'd really like that. What do you say, huh?
Yep.
God.
All right. Successfully robbed.
I dreamt about flying the other night.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Go on, tell me about it.
So, I'm on this big plane full of people, and
Everything
everyone
played
is
on
screaming
PlayStation
and
3?
yelling 'cause
Ah.
the plane's going down. So I walk to the cockpit.
Oh, yeah, it's
open the
you can
door,
see.
There's no
It's
pilot.
beautiful on PS5.
I try to use the controls, but I obviously have no clue how to fly a plane. And right before we crash, I wake up. I've never been on a plane. Isn't that weird?
Well, you know, dreams are weird.
I mean, to be fair, I've had nightmares about planes as well. This doesn't seem logical that such a big, heavy metal chunk of chunk of metal
Look
can
at that.
fly.
Another city, another abandoned quarantine zone. There's that hospital the Firefly mentioned. Come on, kiddo.
All right. I wonder if they'll put commentary over the giraffe scene.
Maybe we cut through here, huh?
Yeah, there's a lot of them I don't remember, but I do remember some. And then, for me, the best sort of dreams are the lucid dreams. When you're dreaming and you know you're
I
dreaming.
didn't have a clue back then.
Then I become like flipping Neo in the Matrix, you know what I mean? It's like, this is my world. I can do anything and get away with it.
Well, we could use that ladder.
Have any of you guys ever had lucid dreams before? Like dreams where you know you're dreaming?
Here we go. Ellie? Ellie?
What?
The ladder. Come on.
Right.
Hopefully this section will be simple with the exploding arrows. So you only lucid dream when you're running out of MP.
Oh my god.
Whoa!
I see what you did there.
What is it? Ellie! Ellie!
You gotta see this.
What is it? What the hell is...
Are there any collectibles? Oh, whatever.
Are you kidding me?
It's like Joel's like, I'm too old and grumpy to have any
Come on,
emotions.
hurry up.
Is a for refresh here.
You see this? Shh, don't scare it.
I won't.
What are you doing?
It's all right. Come here. Hey, fella. Hurry up. Come on.
Hey there. So fucking cool. Oh, where's it off to? Here, come on, let's go.
Slow down, kiddo.
Come on.
Oh, dead end.
Hurry up, come on. Oh, man. Wow. Look at those things.
So, is everything you were hoping for?
It's got its ups and downs, but you can't deny the view, though.
I'm like, okay, I'm busy. I want noodles.
This was the scene where you got the most emotional. You almost cried in this scene.
Oh, that's right.
We don't have to do this. You know that, right?
First time Joel questions the whole idea of this mission.
But in a different way, though. Before it was, why am I wasting my time doing this? And now I'm saying, maybe that's not what we need. Maybe that's not the
Maybe it's
answer.
not worth it.
Well, yeah, it's not worth it. But I love that this comes off of what you said was one of your favorite moments, which was the
giraffe
moments with the giraffe
sequence.
sequence.
That fleeting moment where Ellie gets to be a kid one last time after the whole David sequence.
And how you even played that visually with, you just kind of catch the very last end of the giraffes moving there. So here we go.
Look, I know you mean well, but there's no halfway with this. Once we're done, we'll go wherever you want. Okay?
Well, I ain't leaving without you. So let's go wrap this up.
Okay, supplies. I think there's a collectible somewhere. Did I get it already?
Well, this place takes me back.
How so?
That was right after everything went down. I ended up in a triage just like this. And everywhere you looked, you just saw families torn apart. The whole damn world seemed to have turned upside down in a blink.
Is that after you lost Sarah?
Yes, it was.
I can't imagine losing someone you love like that. Losing everything that you know. I'm sorry, Joel.
That's okay, Ellie.
You wanna talk to me again?
Hey, Joel, I got something for you. Here. Maria showed this to me, and I stole it. I hope you don't mind.
matter how hard you try, I guess you can't escape your past. Thank you.
Right, keep going. We're nearly done, chat. So, like I said, the plan is we'll finish this game today because it's already running late. And then we will do the DLC tomorrow in the next stream.
This
It's
time
around
it's gonna be different.
a lot longer than I thought it
Just
would.
know it.
What do you mean?
They're gonna be there. The fireflies.
But we'll keep playing The Last of
Sure
Us
of it.
until we get the Platinum Trophy. And then we'll go back to Xenoblade. So if you're lurking on TikTok, be sure to throw me a follow if you want to watch me play the Left Behind tomorrow.
Holy shit.
Stay quiet.
Okay, I think I got them all. Might be a collectible around here. Remember. Whatever, let's just keep going. Yes. He did. Not like that. It's like steaming in the sunshine.
Stay back.
Stay on my ass.
Okay, I think they're dead. Surprise.
We killed
Anyone
him.
left alive.
I think we got all of them.
I think you're right.
Yeah, let's go.
Endure and survive.
Oh, can someone remind me, chat? What are the big releases next month? I think there's Gotham Knights, there's A Plague Tale Requiem. What else is there next month?
All right. Think you can shove that crate down? Watch your step. That water looks pretty deep.
Hey, that's what we can do once we're done.
What's that?
You can teach me how to swim.
You got it.
Right. You.
I'm on the other side. All right, hold on.
I'm trying to remember when like Hellblade 2 comes out. That's one game I want to play as well.
All right, just stick to the edge. It's shallow over there.
Version of Persona 5. Oh. I just wonder if that rule is still there about with Persona 5, if that you can't stream the ending. I haven't checked. It's been obviously years since it came out. PC version of Persona 5. Ah, okay.
All right. Give me your foot.
Okay.
Come on. Get that door open.
Oh, there's a clicker.
Look out!
Of course. Now.
You okay? Go! Yeah. It just surprised me.
Now he needs to reload and reload and reload. Of course. Thank you. And let's see if we can do any upgrades.
This is a good spot.
Diablo. Let's do piercing. I was worried for a second there that I was going to be reloading the gun for flip and ever. Flippity flip flip. Okay. For the shorty, we need to level up completely.
That'll do.
All day. I think there's... Yeah, this is the shift door. And I said there's one in the hospital as well.
There you go.
All I remember from last time is that if I see the green tents, it means I've already gone too far past the shift door. And that shift door in the hospital should be the last one I need. So hopefully a trophy will pop when I get it.
Watch your head. Hey, look. There it is.
Alright. Let's go. Random floating boot. One of those don't ask, don't tell sort of situations. Yeah, because that's the thing for me. Like, I remember obviously starting Persona 5, but as soon as I saw there was the rule of you can't stream the ending, I was like, hell with this game. It made me just completely stop playing it, and I was only a few hours in. So I'm like, because people have told me that Persona 5 can be 100 hours plus, and I was like, I'm not going to do 100 hours plus if I can't finish it. What's the point? And that's the same for any game. So like, if there's any game that have the you can't stream the ending stipulation, then I won't stream it even at all. That's why I didn't stream Final Fantasy Stranger of Paradise.
You made it. Alright, come on.
Which was a shame, because I actually did want to play that.
Wee.
All right. Get on.
Okie
There. I'm on it. Be careful.
I got you.
You're going for the best ending. It can be a 63 out. Fair enough. But when I play games, I go for the platinum trophies.
Stand back.
And I was told for Persona 5, like, I'll be playing it for like 200 hours and I still won't get it.
Damn ladder broke off the wall.
Now what?
I'll figure something out.
Alrighty. So, like I said, anyone lurking, I'll hopefully play the Left Behind DLC tomorrow. And then, once we finish Left Behind DLC, then I'll just see what trophies I need towards the Platinum Trophy. But the first playthrough of Left Behind will be a story playthrough. I mean, there's just one bit where there's copyright music in the DLC. And they're dancing, so I'll have to mute that.
Oh, I see. Good idea.
Let's see. I'm only missing 2 super fight bosses to get every ending machine item. Okay. And how many hours have you played?
Oh boy.
Let me go ahead, and you follow my lead.
Okay, right behind you.
Okay, come on, jump.
You're gonna catch me?
I got you.
Okay.
See? You didn't even need me.
Let's get the hell off this thing.
But it's what I said, basically, is I don't want to risk my YouTube channels over such a rule. And the way I would risk them is with copyright strikes. I don't want copyright strikes. Held it. Okay, let's go. Okay. So we're near the end, chat. That's 10 to 7. I'll finish the game off.
Oh, Ellie's dead.
Oh.
I'm sure it was such an intentional thing to call back to the very beginning, to where Joel finds himself in this situation again. And after everything that we've been through, it's like, I won't go through this. And just again, that irrational, maddening, desperate calling for help. I need
from this point forward, it's like the beginning backwards. Where if this is the point in Sarah dies, like now you're about to do the Carrie sequence.
Yeah.
Then you like play as Ellie walking, like viewing Joel from the outside, and then you end on the shot with Ellie. So it's like the beginning reversed.
Sorry about that.
Interesting.
They didn't know who
Let me
you
see
were.
Marlene again.
She's all right.
Was that intentional or was that coincidence?
The discussions I had with Merle about this scene is, again, her desperation to find someone that will understand, that will empathize with her decision to kill Ellie to save humanity. And she's hoping she could get that out of Joel because he's the only other person that has cared for Ellie the way she has. And she can't get that out of him.
I just think it was such a great way to bookend, to kind of start and begin with Marlene. And it's so great that they were able to capture just the strength that she has, even when she was sitting in that chair.
And chat, if
Even
you've
she's
never seen it,
completely empathetic, even though
look
she's
up the
supposed to be
alternate ending of The Last of Us on YouTube.
It's very similar
It's
line
really,
to what
really
David said.
interesting.
You don't have to worry about her anymore.
They did like a musical ending.
Let me see her, please.
You can't. She's being
This is one I've always seen Joel in the most parental role.
Surgery.
The doctors tell me the cordyceps, the growth inside her, is somehow mutated. It's why she's immune.
Uh-oh.
Once
The
they remove it,
Instagram stream ended. Guess I've been streaming for 4 hours.
Yeah, her performance here was just
stellar.
So flawless.
Yeah, let me just restart the Instagram stream.
I remember talking with the music guys that were putting a lot of Gustavo's music, and the first few passes were there was this dark music that was playing here once Marlene reveals that Ellie's gonna die, and I was like, we can't play Marlene as bad because she's not bad.
She's not.
I mean, she's trying to save everybody. And if anything, I told them was like, you can go dark with Joel, because again, when Ellie's
there we
life
go.
is on the line, Ellie's in danger, he lets himself slip back into the murderer, the killer,
right?
However you want to view it.
It's so interesting. I wonder how many players, like, especially in this moment right here, how many sided with Marlene.
I don't know what you're
and how many
talking
think
about.
that Joel was actually the wrong ones. Like, dude, listen to what she's saying.
At the same time, this is the theme of the game for me right here. Is as a father, you will kill everybody else to save your kid. And
I think a Moses would do that too.
The through line for me is Joel's willing to go to the end of the line, meaning sacrifice humanity to save Ellie.
Again,
Robin Atkin Downs.
Guess what's going to happen to him? But this was so cool too because, I mean, we've seen all the way through both cinematic and gameplay. You know, Joel was able to take on everybody, but just this moment of resolve that I'm going to wait for my moment. And it almost looks like he's a beat.
Any UFC updates? I don't really follow any UFC
like, no, he's not.
stuff. It's not really my interest. I don't really usually report even on any types of sports games.
Like a man who lets his emotions get the better of him here has to keep
I
them
think
in
the
check.
last time I reported any
You see
sport
how,
game
like,
was
he wants to destroy this man
FIFA
and
taking back the
everybody
license
goes
from
against
EA.
Ellie, but he has to wait. He has to catch the right moment.
Bam. And again, just such a brutal scene. There's no threat here. It's
just time. Time is the threat.
Now I'll let you die.
All right, there we go.
The smuggler, he's in here.
It won't let me change to the flippin' arrows. There we go.
Watch my back.
smuggler. He's in here.
The hallway!
There's one more. Yeah, it's just because I'm really close to the ending of the game. Bollocks! Okay. How about this time you let me equip the flippin' arrows? There you go.
Oh shit!
I got visuals on the smuggler.
Left.
Turn the boat.
Holy shit! He's over there!
I really need to heal. Okay.
Okay, go.
Come on.
He's carrying a bow.
Missed. I think there's one left.
Is he over there?
He's over here!
Alright, made it. Thanks for the follow, thanks for the likes, appreciate you. But yeah, I don't usually report on sports games. It's not my interest. I said it would have to be something major, like EA taking back, losing the FIFA license, and stuff like that. Something as significant as that, then I'll report it.
Here we go.
Okay.
Down this way. Stay alert. Whoa! The smuggler. He's in here. Behind the counter.
Well, let me heal so I don't blow myself up.
Don't lose him!
There we go. Okay. Let's see if we can find the thingy. The shift door that I missed. I missed. Of course I missed. As I said, if I see the green tents, I think it's on the next floor. Gone too far with the shiv door. And it should be the last shiv door in the game. Alright. But, yeah. I'm nearly done. I'll probably be done in the next 15, 20 minutes or so. And then tomorrow we'll play the, Left Behind DLC. Ah, I think that's the shiv door right there. Or is there more than one shiv door? Is there a trophy for open shiv doors? Remember. Behind you? What's behind me? I guess I'll have to just check. When I do the trophy farming, I'll have to see what I've missed.
Go. Don't let him get to the kid. There he is.
Three more. Okay, fine. Be boring. There it is. Oh. Fire is done. Okay. Now I think he's dead. Okay.
That should buy me some time.
And I just remember that there's a collectible in here that you can easily miss, this recorder. I think when I played on PlayStation 4, it was the last collectible I needed. What's the point? Hey, which weapon shall I use for Abby's dad? I think I've been saving the flamethrower for Abby's dad. Okay, there we go.
Sweet Jesus.
Doctor?
What are you doing in here? I won't let you take her.
Fucking animal!
Carrie, shut the hell up!
I don't want to die.
I'll spare you this time, lady.
Come on, baby girl. I got you. I got you. Oh, shit.
Get up here now. It's over here.
You run here, girl. I got you.
Cover the exit.
I got you. Come on. Tell me which way.
I know where to go. Go around to the other side.
We're okay. We're okay.
This is your last chance. Drop her now. I got him in my fight. I said get back.
Yeah, thankfully they're all terrible shots.
Hey, stop.
This scene used to originally be all in the operating room. And Joel wasn't carrying Ellie. He killed Marlene and the doctors in the operating room. And then Peter Field, designer, just kept bugging me. He's like, I feel like we have to play this part. It's, you have to carry Ellie out yourself. It can't just be like hinted at. And we ended up switching the whole structure of this thing. He was right. It was like it worked way better.
That was another one of those moments where we're like, we're done, we've got it. No, we don't.
As a cinematic, it was. I thought it was perfect. But as a bigger part of the game, it was weaker than letting you play through some of it.
She won't feel anything.
Again, the only hesitation Joel has is that this is what Ellie wants.
And it's such a great decision to show. Just cut to this. Give the audience, the player, just one last moment of, well, what did he choose? Just to sit in that decision.
It was also important to show the lie against the reality because the lie has so much weight here at the end. Throughout the game, Joel has never lied to Ellie. He might have disagreed or he might have dismissed her, but he's never outright lied to her.
What happened?
And for me, this was the moment I decided to lie.
We found the fireflies. Turns out there's a whole lot more like you, Ellie. People that
To me, it hurt to say these things.
ain't done a damn bit of good neither.
Because once Ellie started believing that I actually had something, that I was someone, you're basically telling Ellie, you're not special, you're not important, and everything you've done was for nothing.
I'm taking us home.
Yeah, in the first few versions of the scenes, there was like Ellie had all these questions like, what happened? Why? Who was there? Why would they let you take me out with the gown still on? And it just was better if she said nothing and she just turned her back to him. And again, just to show how far Joel's willing to go to remove any threat for Ellie.
I mean, we had talked about this before where, she obviously has that bullshit detector.
Mm-hmm.
And I just felt like I knew you were lying. I feel like Ellie knows you're lying.
Well, looks like we're walking. Should be a straight shot through here.
All right.
It's actually kind of pretty, ain't it?
Yeah.
All right. Now watch your head going through.
Here. I got it.
Feeling my age now.
Wonder if they have any sort of monologue during the credits. Either the comic book here. Yeah, so I said I'll do chapter select and I'll see how many collectibles I've
I
missed.
don't think I ever told you, but Sarah and I used to take hikes like this. I think the two of you would have been good friends. I think you really would have liked her. I know she'd have liked you.
I bet I would have.
Oh. Right down there. Just a little bit further now.
Always over too soon, isn't it, chat? Like, how many times have I finished this game on stream, chat? Like 5, 6 times? And every time it gets me?
Here, I got you. Give me your hand.
Probably more than 6 times.
Go to the end. So, original ending for this, way back when we put the outline for the story together, is that Ellie believed the lie, and they went off to Tommy's, and it was kind of like this wide tracking shot as you see them kind of getting smaller and smaller, walking off to Tommy's. But as we went through the story, and the characters got more and more developed, it's like it didn't feel honest. It didn't feel like Ellie would buy into all of it.
And she got bit too. You didn't know what to do.
Remember, we went over and over and over this scene. Little things changed, but every time I sat and watched you tell this story, I was just raptured by it. It was so easy to listen to you tell this story.
I'm still waiting for my turn.
Ellie.
Her name was Riley, and she was the first to die. And then it was Tess. And then Sam.
None of that is on you.
You don't understand.
I struggled for a long time with surviving. And no matter what, you keep finding something to fight for. Now, I know that's not what you want to hear right now.
Swear to
Interesting hearing arguments around the office about how people interpreted that last line, that last okay from Ellie. Whether it's okay, I believe you, or okay, I could put this behind us, or okay, I don't trust you anymore and it's over.
Okay.
Oh. No music. They're going to speak more? Is that it? I think that's it. So, guys, how would you interpret the ending? Like, for me, I would like to believe, like, if I was Ellie, it would more be like, I say okay, but it's kind of like, because I know he will never tell me the truth. So, you know, I think that's the angle I would go for. Yeah, she has no proof, but it's a case of, like, because, for example, if it was me and my dad, for example, okay, I'm fine. Then simply, I know, for example, with my dad, that I would not get an answer from him. Full stop. It doesn't matter how much I prod or word it differently or whatever. If he doesn't want to answer, he's not going to answer. So he's stubborn just like me. Like, well, I'm stubborn like him, to be frank. Like, people don't know how stubborn I am. I get it from somewhere. So, yeah. Anyway, guys, I'm going to go order some noodles because I'm hungry. But, tomorrow we'll play Left Behind. We'll see what that's like with PlayStation 5. It's probably really good. And then, what's it called? After we finish Left Behind, then we'll see what is left for the trophies. For the Platinum Trophy. So, yar. And I still want to play this game at some point. This Sword and Fairy game. I couldn't play it because it was bugged when it first came out, but I think it's been fixed now. And I want to platinum this game, Resident Evil 3 Remake, because I platinumed 2, 7, and 8. And I want to play Cyberpunk, because I've never played it before. So, I've been waiting. And I'm one trophy away from platinuming this game, but I'll probably do off stream. And then, Ghost of Tsushima. I didn't finish the DLC. But either way, thank you to PlayStation for gifting me a copy of The Last of Us Part 1. It's awesome. And hopefully we will keep playing this tomorrow. So, but yeah, let's enough PlayStation for one day. Alright guys, I'm gonna go for the day. I'm gonna eat noodles and cry myself to sleep. So I will see you guys hopefully tomorrow for Left Behind. We'll start, the beginning of the stream will be Left Behind. Left Behind will be the first thing we do. We won't do any chapter select or anything else until then. So, alright guys, have a good one. And, yeah. And once I platinum this game, then we can finally put it to bed. And it can live on in our memories forever. I'll probably revisit it like 5-10 years from now. But yeah, it'll be a long time after we platinum. So, alright guys, I will see you tomorrow for Left Behind. Bye. Bye bye bye. Bye.